dangerous. Can you... Over. We are sinking. We are sinking.
Hello? This is the German Coast Guard.
We are sinking. We're sinking.
What are you thinking about?
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, whoever you are, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, whoever you're doing it with, however good it feels, however many times you're going to do it, why you're even doing it in the first place. I don't care. I'm just glad you're doing it here with me, Legal Vices, on this little old channel we call Legal Vices. Today, today we've got some stuff to get through. We've got to get through the afternoon of day 3 and the morning of day 4 of the U.S. Coast Guard Marine Board of Investigation hearings into the loss of the Titan Submersible. This is one of these things that just when you think it can't get any worse, it keeps getting worse. We had David Lockridge giving his very, very powerful and very, very revealing testimony about the inner workings of Ocean Gate and the safety issues and all the other problems. Then we had the mission specialist, Renata Rojas, give her testimony yesterday. The takeaway from that is essentially mission specialists are passengers, which is what we thought all along. They were calling anyone that was on the ship, anyone that paid to be on the ship, mission specialists rather than passengers. Because if you call them passengers, that triggers a whole bunch of safety and certification issues for your vessel. But if you call them mission specialists, make them crew members, and there's less than 6 of them, you can avoid a lot of that stuff. When asked what mission specialists do exactly, sort of the Bobs from Office Space, what is it you would say that you do here? Her answer was, well, we kind of stand around and wait for someone to ask us for a wrench, and we give them the wrench. On one mission she went on, she had to hold some cups against a wall during launch. She played on the bridge. She told us about playing on the bridge. Her problem was she had a love affair with the ocean. She loved the ocean. She loved everything about the ocean. She was a banker by trade. She wanted to be the one that discovered the Titanic, but someone beat her to it. So she decided to become a banker. She socked away a big pile of cash, apparently, so that she could afford to go on these missions. And, well, she had no problems with anything. She was living a dream. She had the financial resources to make all of her childhood dreams come true. So she was not the most objective of witnesses. She talked about how open Stockton Rush was to hearing everything. And if you just asked a question, everything was answered so nicely and sweetly, and everybody was so happy and they just loved everything. And we said it yesterday. We said she drank the Ocean Gate Kool-Aid, and she did. She looked at everything through these Pollyanna-ish rose-colored glasses and just saw the beauty and the awesomeness and everything. And she broke down crying because she doesn't want undersea exploration to stop because of this accident. And she had a very high opinion of herself as a mission specialist. She thought she was actually part of the team. She kept saying things like we, and we do this and we do that, and our. When if she paid, she was there. If she didn't pay, she wasn't there, except for a few occasions, I guess. She said that she got to just go help out, and she was in a lot of the Ocean Gate marketing materials, I understand. And she was always using phrases like, well, I believe, I think, I feel, rather than giving us facts. When she was pressed on anything technical or anything legal, so was the vessel classified with a classification society? Was it registered? Did it have insurance? She couldn't answer any of these questions. But she could tell you all about their little adventures under the ocean and all the fun times they had together. But she couldn't tell you anything about the specs of the ship or anything like that. She was essentially a useless witness okay, she wasn't a useless witness. She was unhelpful as far as like the inner workings maybe of Ocean Gate and how all this went wrong goes, but she was very, very useful in giving a big picture of some of the problematic atmosphere with the way things were handled. She actually compared herself to Alan Shepard and Neil Armstrong at one point. You talk about how they're all in the same club together, and she's off the stand. She's off the stand, and we're going to have some new witnesses today. And what we're going to do is, again, we'll finish out the afternoon of yesterday, and we'll do the morning session of today. And I think that's about it. Like we're starting a little bit raw yet. I'll put up a like and subscribe poll in just a little bit. We'll set the time to 1.25 speed for our testimony at the hearings. And I do apologize for starting a little bit late because it's really early, and none of us here are used to me being live and streaming at this, which usually 2 hours from now we start. I was literally just sitting on the couch watching Netflix. I just looked at my clock, and here it's 8 p.m. I'm like, it's 8. I don't have to stream for another. Crap! And then I had to run in here, and it took me about 5 minutes to boot up. So I don't I don't have a poll up yet. I don't have background stuff ready to go, but we're good. We made it here. Luckily, I looked at my clock and it saw that it was exactly start time, and it took a few seconds to process it, but when I did, I came scampering here. All right, well, we'll get it underway. We'll put up the stuff a little bit later. Will today be 19? We have the emotional support potato pig dog cam 18-day streak. Will today be day 19? Let's find out, shall we? Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button until we get the like and subscribe poll set up. We'll read the super chats and things as they come in. We have the non-super chatty methods, which are Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Zelle. All those links are down below if you would prefer to tip in another way. Stingy kicking us off at the $2. Early Vices has been confusing. OCD, no like it. Yeah. I'm not quite sure what to do with myself either. But thank you very much for that, Stingy. And let's see. I think that's it. All right. Yep. We are there. So let me bring up yesterday afternoon session. And here we go. They're going to be back, and we'll continue to do what we do. We'll stop. We'll pause it occasionally to make observations, to explain things and whatnot, to read super chats, assuming more come in, and hopefully an educational and
good afternoon.
Fun
this
time.
Is now back in session. We will now hear testimony from Dr. Stephen Ross, a former scientific director for Ocean Gate Incorporated.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ross.
Good afternoon, Dr. Ross. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, look, it's another Zoom. It's another Zoom testimony. All right. Well, at least we can hear him this time.
Lieutenant Steele will now administer your oath.
Okay.
Dr. Ross, if you could please stand and raise your right hand for me.
You want me to stand?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Well, that's a little formalistic. He's like, okay, I'll stand.
If you'd like to take a step back, just so.
That's going to be difficult where I'm standing.
Okay, no worries. We'll continue on.
What a lovely belt.
That's
Hey,
fine, sir.
A false statement given to an agency of the United States is punishable by fine and/or imprisonment under 18 U.S.C. 1001. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do swear.
Thank you very much. You may be seated.
Dr. Ross, I see that you have counsel present here in the courtroom. Counselor, can you please identify yourself?
Okay, as with our last witness, he has brought his own lawyer with him. Now, he's not facing any charges or anything like that, but again, he is giving testimony under oath. So it's always good to have your lawyer there with you. And I think the first two guys, the first three witnesses, they didn't have anybody there with them to help them out. Then we're slowly getting more and more legal, I guess, as far as the witnesses are going. The last two have had their lawyers present with them, and this guy's good to go. So let's see who his lawyer is.
And your firm for the record.
Glad to. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jason Harris. I'm an attorney with the North Carolina office of Farrell Smith O'Connell. We have the pleasure of representing Dr. Steve Ross.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Ross, thank you for being with us here this afternoon. I'm going to now pass the questioning to Lieutenant Commander Thomas Whalen.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ross, and thank you for being here with us again today. All of my questions are related to your background and experience with OceanGate as a scientific director. We will take a few breaks throughout the proceeding. If you need to take a break, just please let me know, and then we'll pause for that. Before we begin, I'll ask you please refrain from using any acronyms. If you should use an acronym, I'll ask you to stop and please explain what the acronym means.
Okay.
I'm going to start off by asking you a few questions about your background. Dr. Ross, can you please tell us about your background as a research professor, to include your education and field experience?
I've been a marine scientist for over 45 years. My last academic position was as a full research professor at the University of North Carolina. I retired from that position, but I still have an adjunct appointment at the university. I have a bachelor's, a master's, and a PhD degree in zoology, and most of my career has been in coastal, estuarine, and deep sea sciences.
Have you ever been part of manned submersible dives for scientific purposes other than with OceanGate?
Have I used them? Is that the question?
Sorry, sir. Have you ever been part of manned submersible dives for scientific purposes other than with OceanGate?
Yes.
Can you please tell me about those experiences?
I started using manned submersibles in 1979. Periodically during my career, when we needed undersea vehicles, I've used 8 different submersibles and a variety of remote operated vehicles, or ROVs.
Okay, well, this guy seems qualified to be a scientific director. So all right, let's hear how it goes. I'm curious. He seems to be knowledgeable. He has degrees. He's done things. He's used them. Let's see what he has to say.
Of those 8 submersibles.
Oh, it's coming in right. Sorry. We have $20 from Talos Safarian. Sorry. Yesterday's witness has gone into the OceanGate stash of lycopium, right, on her voyages. She had all the copium. She became unbelievable when everything was always fine. Was at work during Pirate Day yesterday, so here we are. Have a good stream, y'all. Oh, yeah, everything was fine. So I noticed no problems on this voyage. While she says, "Oh, it was really loud. The lights were flickering. The battery died as soon as it got onto the But no, everything was great. It was shaking around. Yeah, but everything was fine on every mission."
You utilized.
Thank you so much for this.
Were they different operating companies, or was it one company? Can you please go through the history of those, if you remember?
They were different companies. The subs that I used the most were the Johnson Sea Link 1 and 2, operated by Harbor Branch Oceanographic Institute.
Oh yes, even the
Other
front
subs
falling
came
off
from
was
a
fine.
variety of
It
different
fell off
places.
slowly.
NOAA provided one mission or 2 missions. I used one provided by Greenpeace at one point. Triton, the company that makes Triton submarines, provided one. So it was a mixture, but the 2 subs I used the most were the Johnson Sea Link subs.
And were all of these scientific missions completed as part of your official duties supporting research for universities?
Yes.
Does the university have an inspection procedure to verify safety for its members embarking on such missions?
No.
Do you have a process?
Okay, I like this guy. Why do I like this guy, people? Because he's answering the questions, and he's only answering the questions. He's not giving any big expositions. He's not. He's just answering the questions. If he can answer them yes or no, he answers them yes or no. Let them ask the questions. Don't give them the information.
That's for vetting the submersible vehicle that you are to be operating in?
No, that's taken care of by the companies that we use.
Of the previous 8 submersibles that were utilized in your scientific research, were any of them inspected by the United States Coast Guard?
I wasn't involved in that process, so I don't really know for sure.
Do you know if any of the previous submersibles that you utilized were classed to a classification standard, such as ABS, DNVGL, or Lloyd's?
I was not involved in that process either, but my understanding is that most of them were classed probably by ABS.
When did you begin working with OceanGate?
I first met Stockton Rush and some of his OceanGate team in 2013, but we didn't work together until starting in 2018 when they invited me to be part of a science program and then asked me to be chief scientist in 2021.
And what did you believe were your primary responsibilities as the chief scientist?
I was brought in to help develop a scientific program to broaden the outreach of and the activities that OceanGate was involved in. So my role was to try to develop a viable science program using the Titan submarine.
And who funded your participation? Was it OceanGate?
My time was donated. OceanGate paid for science team travel.
And was it OceanGate Inc. who paid for the science team travel or another associated organization?
My understanding was that the OceanGate Foundation supported the science team.
Were you operating in support of your official duties with regards to the University of North Carolina, Wilmington, or independently?
No.
So you were operating independently?
Yes.
Can you talk to me a little bit more about the scientific program that you were going to be leading with
Good
from
answers.
OceanGate from 2021?
Basically, what I was doing for OceanGate was the same model I had used in other projects to develop a program to explore unusual or unique habitats in the deep sea, to look at the composition of the biology, the composition of the habitats used. And we developed a program. I invited a scientific team to help with this activity, and we proceeded to evolve a program with OceanGate.
Was the work that you were doing on the expedition part of a larger research project, or was it specific to this expedition?
It was related to some of my other programs, but it was independent.
Was the University of North Carolina, Wilmington a partner with OceanGate in this expedition?
No.
Were you compensated in any way for your role as the chief scientist?
No.
Okay. He's the chief scientist for a company and gets no compensation. I hope they ask some follow-up questions about that.
Did you ever have a discussion with Mr. Rush regarding his expectation of you as the chief scientist?
Yes.
Could you tell me what you believed your expectation was as the chief scientist?
Basically, as I already stated, was to develop a science program with OceanGate. And it was left to me as to how that would proceed, although Stockton and I had several conversations about what I needed to do that.
On your expeditions, were there any other scientists aboard, and did they have their own agenda, or was it a collective research purpose?
There were other scientists that were part of the team, and they were operating under the umbrella that we were developing as a unified program. They were collaborators.
Prior to the Titanic expeditions in 2021, were you part of any other dives with OceanGate?
No.
As compared to other submersible dive and operations, the previous 8 that you had conducted, how would you compare the level of scientific interest between those and OceanGate with regards to the Titanic expeditions in 2021, 2022, and 2023?
If I understand the question correctly, in previous programs, science was the only focus. The OceanGate expeditions had multiple agendas.
What other agendas do you believe the OceanGate expeditions had?
The mission specialist had a variety of interests and needs, and OceanGate tried to accommodate those. One example being viewing the Titanic shipwreck.
How much actual interest into your scientific program did mission specialists have in conducting the science and research?
Objection.
I didn't have conversations with all of the mission specialists, and I was not
Dr.
on
Ross, hold on for a
every.
second.
I'm sorry, Dr. Russ. Yes, sir. You objected to the question.
I don't know that I need to be heard any further than just a remark. If the questionnaire is going to ask Dr. Ross about the information supposedly known by others, I think that this witness is not going to have that information. That's all.
Okay, understand, sir. But in this proceeding for administration, we can ask questions of what a witness has heard from others if they're willing to, answer that. So
Sure, I agree. He can, if he knows the answer.
Okay.
Right. I'm not sure that was what the question is.
Okay.
He's free to answer if he knows.
Yes, sir. So
Okay, that's interesting. An objection to the question. That's the first time we've seen that lawyer getting all lawyerly, objecting to a question. But as they explained, these aren't court proceedings. They can ask what they want, really, essentially. The hearsay isn't an objection. Things. If he heard something from somebody, he can answer the question. Clearly, the lawyer has been preparing him for this testimony. Clearly, he's been telling him, just answer yes or no. Don't expand on your answers. Give just the basic information you need. If there's any objections, I'll make them. So they're treating this very seriously. This is the most serious that a witness has taken the questioning, I believe, as far as legal representation and input goes. And in the meantime, I put up a like and subscribe poll here to remind you all to like and subscribe. We've got 247 early U.S. people, afternoony European people, and late evening Asian folks over here in our chat today. We got 242 concurrent viewers, 115 likes. Please hit that like and subscribe button right now, and then take our like and subscribe poll. It's our little poll just to remind you to do those YouTubey things. And today's like and subscribe poll is: what do you think was the primary factor? I worded this proper. I should have said a factor. Or anyway, what do you think was the primary factor in the OceanGate Titan incident? Technical failure, human error, inadequate safety measures, or all of the above? I shouldn't have put all of the above. I should have put something else in there because I asked what the primary factor, what the number one factor was. And it's not important. We don't really care about the poll. It's just a fun little way of engaging you some more. So get another and smack that like and subscribe button. And we'll continue to see what happens. Let's hear how this goes, because he's looking a little guarded, a little cautious, maybe a little annoyed perchance, and his lawyer is very much on guard.
Dr. Ross, just the conversation is, for administrative hearing, if you recall, hearsay, you can provide that to the board. But if you're not comfortable or didn't hear the conversation, please just make that clear.
I can rephrase.
Okay, please.
Thank you.
Dr. Ross, what do you believe was the primary mission of OceanGate expeditions in 2021, 2022, and 2023?
To visit and view the Titanic shipwreck.
What did you believe, or how would you describe what a mission specialist is to me?
What do you want, Yoda?
A mission specialist, as I understood it, is a person who paid for a berth on the ship to visit the Titanic and be involved in other parts of the operation, if possible.
Recorder, I'm going to ask you to please bring up Exhibit 008 and scroll to page 9.
And again, it's interesting to note that he identified a mission specialist as someone who pays to be on board. And that actually is a question that was asked by Life According to Martin for the £5. Thank you very super awesome much for that. Appreciate it. The question: I thought civilians were not allowed on the bridge of a ship if they were not crew critical. After the Costa Concordia, just curious. Cruise ships, passenger ships, I would imagine that's the case. But these people were not passengers. They were crew members. They were mission specialists. They paid and were given the holy anointment of being crew members, differentiating them from passengers. So that's a thing. And again, the speculation is they did that to avoid the safety regulations, requirements, and things that would come into place if they were actually considered passengers. And also, the Titan wasn't really a ship. The support ship was a ship, but the Titan wasn't really. It was a container, essentially. So yeah, that's the best I can answer your question. Is they weren't civilians; they were crew members because they were anointed as such by paying money. It sounds a lot like a passenger, doesn't it? But they became crew members and did scientific-y things, like they collected a water sample once. So and he's answering the question here again. He's in the middle of answering the question. What exactly is a mission specialist?
Dr. Ross, please let me know when you're able to see what the exhibit on the screen.
I'll have to sit closer.
Is it page 9?
Page 9, please. And sir, this is from Titanic Expedition 2022, and it is the science and dive plan that was part of the submission from OceanGate to NOAA for a Section 113 approval authorization. Did you have any part in creating this document and the science plan?
Well, all I see is one page. It looks like the first page of the science plan that I wrote for OceanGate.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I think my name is on it. Should be.
So this science plan, he's the guy that wrote it. All right. That's closing a little hole we had in the story.
Redacted for purposes, sir.
Ah.
And for Expedition 2022, were you able to actually gather the data that was for purpose in this science plan?
We gathered sufficient data to write a scientific paper.
And was that paper released?
It's in development still.
From 2022. They're still preparing their paper. So the answer is no.
Were you made aware that the Titan Submersible that was being used for the 21, 22, and 23 expeditions was not inspected by United States Coast Guard?
Yes, I think so.
Were you aware that the Titan Submersible was not built to a classification standard?
I'm not aware of those engineering details.
While on board these expeditions, did you provide any training sessions or presentations to the crew and the mission specialists during the expedition?
Occasionally only related to the science.
Based upon the dive log or the logs that were provided from OceanGate, you took part in 3 dives, 2 of which were in 2022 and 1 which was in 2023. Is this correct?
Correct. Yes.
You did not partake in any dives in 2021. Was there a specific reason for that?
I was supposed to join the mission and I still fulfilled the role of chief scientist, but I had a back injury and could not attend that cruise.
Can you please describe, and in the final, or in the transcripts that were posted earlier for the dive 88, there was a mention of a Niskin bottle. Can you please tell us what a Niskin bottle is and how that is utilized?
A Niskin bottle is a very simple mechanical device used to collect water samples. It's basically a PVC tube with 2 end caps. End caps are held open by an elastic mechanism. When you get to the location or the depth where you want to take a sample, you can trigger those end caps to close and they capture a water sample.
Dr. Ross, in Expedition 2022, were you there for the entirety of the expedition, all 5 missions?
No, I only attended mission 4 and 5.
Were you on board for dive 80? Do you know offhand?
Yes.
On dive 80, According to the remarks section of the dive log, there was a loud bang heard after surfacing.
Sir?
Would you like me to reference it?
Could I just clarify, when you say on board, do you mean on board the submersible or on board of the vessel?
I'll clarify.
The lady that asked that question, she is one of Ocean Gate's lawyers.
Were you,
I was aboard the vessel.
so you were on
Ship.
board the vessel? By vessel, I mean Horizon Arctic at the time of the dive of dive 80 on the Titan. Of the
Yes.
Titan. Okay. So on dive 80, according to the remarks section of the dive log, there was a loud bang heard upon surfacing. While you were on board the vessel, Horizon Arctic, were you made aware of this remark and or this instance where there was a loud bang?
Yes.
And what was discussed? Was anything discussed specifically with you, or was it discussed amongst the crew? Can you please tell me about that?
There was wide discussion about the noise amongst all of the crew, mission specialist, Ocean Gate, science crew. Everyone was interested in what that noise might have been.
And was there a determination on what that noise may have been?
I was told there was a theory about what it could have been.
And do you remember what that theory was? And if so, can you please share?
I can't recall that in great detail. I was told that there was likely a shifting of the pressure hull in its steel or metal cradle that when it popped back into place could have made that loud noise.
And in the inspection after dive 80, did you witness Ocean Gate personnel inspecting the hull after dive 80?
I have no knowledge of that.
At any point, did you witness them pull the hull insert out to gain access to do a visual inspection of the interior of the hull?
I did not witness that.
You were listed as a crew member on dive 81.
Correct.
Can you confirm? That was one dive after the one where they heard the loud bang. What were your thoughts about their determination on what the loud noise was on dive 80 if you were diving in a subsequent dive? Did you have any concerns?
Yes, I was concerned and asked their chief engineer, Phil Brooks, if he was concerned.
And what did he tell you?
He said that this noise was a concern and that the Ocean Gate team was focused on trying to determine the source of the noise and that would influence whether we made future.
Okay, that's an interesting thing. I believe this was the same loud banging noise that was present when yesterday's witness Rojas, when she was testifying, when she said, "Oh no, everything was perfect. Everything, there was nothing serious. There was just a loud noise." And if it's the same thing, then that's a pretty different testimony. With the him saying the chief engineer said it was a problem and they needed to investigate it. Whereas another witness, if it was the same voyage, was saying, "Oh no, everything was wonderful. It was great."
Future dives.
Did they ever provide you any specific analysis of the real-time monitoring system?
No.
So I'd like to shift to dive 81. Can you tell me a little bit more about that dive?
Could you be a bit more specific?
Yes, sir. So dive 81.
This guy's a good
according to the
witness.
log, you reached 3,840 meters, which was the depth at which the Titanic wreck site sat. Were you able to visually see the Titanic wreck?
Yes.
And prior to getting to the depth of 3,840 meters, can you talk to me about the drop weights? And as you were descending through the water column, do you remember approximately at what depth you would have dropped the drop weights?
No, we dropped 2 roll weights, but I do not remember the depth.
Can you
Okay.
tell me a little bit more about dive 81? And you said you were able to actually witness and see the Titanic. Were you able to conduct any scientific research while on that dive?
Yes, we collected 2 water samples with the Niskin bottles. We had a CTD instrument on every dive, and on that dive, we recorded salinity and temperature of the water, and we made video observations with the cameras, external and internal cameras.
Sir, can you please tell me what CTD means?
I'm sorry, conductivity, temperature, depth. And from conductivity and temperature, you can calculate salinity.
Thank you, sir.
Hmm.
Were you aware of any
Science stuff.
issues or instances of malfunctioning of the thrusters while on board this dive?
Yes.
Can you please tell me about that?
When we reached the bottom, the pilot, Scott Griffith, determined that one of the main thrusters was reversed. The controls were reversed.
Yeah, we have had testimony about that, but it was no big deal. Says our witness yesterday. You know, this mission, they had their keyboard. I mean, the game controller pad. The keys were improperly coded. They were reversed. So left was right, right was left, down was up, and up was down. Yeah, not the best.
That was the main issue with when we were on the bottom.
And so how did,
And that'd be a shitty place to have that happen, wouldn't it? You're 4,000 meters under the ocean, and you realize, oh, our game controller keys have been remapped improperly.
the pilot overcome the reversing of the thruster controls?
There was some conversation with the surface. They determined that they couldn't really change that problem or the issue. There was discussion of whether to terminate the dive, but in the end, to his credit, Scott Griffith retrained himself to operate the thrusters
Just hold
normally.
the controller upside down.
Basically retrained his thinking. And we proceeded with the dive.
Sir, also while on this dive, while in the sub, were you also aware that other things were happening within the sub, such as the port drop weights wouldn't drop, according to the maintenance log? There was flashing lights, the port battery dropped, the sonar dropped, 4K dropped, 2KH was stuck, and then there was a 419 after touchdown due to the controller drop. Were you
So you're
aware
asking me
of?
about-
Sir, I was going to say that was a long string
Yeah,
of.
thank you.
I
And do you,
apologize, and I could summarize.
well, also the code numbers, Commander Whalen. Dr. Ross, does any of that sound familiar to you, sir?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Were you aware of these other incidences that were happening while on board the dive?
Most of the ones you listed, yes.
And being that you were part of Expedition 21, 22, and 23, was this a common occurrence or throughout your experience that there was multiple mechanical or material failures while on dives?
I don't have knowledge of every dive.
But the ones you were on,
I didn't have access to the submersible logs that were kept by OceanGate.
Understood, sir. After Expedition 2022, did you conduct a debrief or an exit interview for the expedition
With
with
With whom?
OceanGate or Mr. Rush?
I wouldn't call it an exit interview. We continued to have conversations before, during, and after the expeditions.
At what point did you decide to return for Expedition 2023?
It almost right away. I never determined that I would not be part of it.
When did you become aware of the new support vessel, the Polar Prince, and the new transportation operation of the submersible?
I don't recall exactly when that was.
For Expedition 2023, when did you come aboard the expedition? Which mission?
Mission 4.
Prior to your arrival, were you made aware of any instances that occurred prior to your arrival with regards to the towing of the submersible?
Yes.
Can you tell me about what you were briefed upon?
Before I boarded the vessel, at our hotel, I was told that the submersible snagged an obstruction while being towed at night. The obstruction was assumed to be abandoned fishing gear, but that was never, it was not conclusive. It caused some excitement.
Were you made aware of any damage that was caused from that incident?
I am not.
Had you ever been part of a submersible operation in which the submersible was towed atop a platform for an extended distance?
No.
So in Expedition 2023, you were part of Dive 87. Is this correct?
Correct.
Can you tell me about Dive 87? What was the plan for Dive 87?
To not die.
We could not dive at the Titanic site due to weather issues. So we moved. We were northwest on the continental slope, and we had a target depth for a dive to 2,000 meters.
Recorder, I'm going to ask you to please bring up exhibit number 53, which was the NOAA weather report for the Polar Prince Expedition 2023. With regards to the towing and launch operations, did this cause you any concern?
Can you be more specific?
Being that this was an operation that you had never been taken part of with regards to the towing of the submersible and the launch and recovery platform, did this add any extra or any extra risks in the operation?
Probably so. That's a bit out of my area of expertise, but the towing was awkward.
While it may be out of your expertise with this regard, but as a person who had boarded the submersible, did you feel safe in that operation to get on board the platform while it was at a towing distance and get on board the submersible?
I felt safe. I've done small boat operations quite a lot. It certainly is. It adds a level of complication compared to getting in the sub on a large ship. So that's
For some reason, Yoda brought me a Dremel. Huh. Thanks, buddy. Huh. When your dog's just walking around the house with a Dremel in his mouth. Where'd you get that from, dumbass? All right. Anyway, sorry to interrupt there. Let's take care of some business, shall we? Sonia Chris with the $2. Thank you very much. In gamer terms, they were playing inverted. Yeah, the key with all the keys being reversed. You wanna piss off a gamer, remap his keys when he's not looking. And the squid with the $5. I'll take the dangers of space flight over submarines any day. I feel like it's easier to prepare for internal pressure over external pressure. That sounds reasonable. That sounds reasonable, but you still have to be, if you have a depressurization incident, that's always a bad thing too, when your blood boils in a couple of milliseconds. Oh, we already got that. All right, cool. That's where we are, and we're on our way here. We're about 60 away from the emotional sport potato pig dog gam. Day 19. Let's fancy weather maps.
That's obvious, but it was not outside the realm of doability, for lack of a better word.
It's doable.
Sir, can you see the exhibit on your screen?
I can.
And in the top left image is a image as to where the Polar Prince had gone this was for dive 87. And you stated that you went to which would have been the northwest of the Titanic wreck site to get out of the weather. Is this correct?
Yes. Our target dive was the Gully Canyon off Nova Scotia, and it turns out we could not dive there.
Okay. So you weren't able to dive there. What was the alternative plan then?
It's simply to dive on a spot on the open slope to be able to have a dive.
And what were the weather conditions that you remember on that day?
It was cool and breezy, clear. I estimated seas to be 4 to 5 feet.
And before we get too far beyond the point, Sonia Chris has just dropped 5 Legal Vices memberships. Thank you so much for that. If you happen to be Maverick Buckley, Chad Moser, Chappie, Xterra Bill, how you doing, Xterra Bill, brother? What up? And Has Chick, If you happen to be one of those 5 amazing people, you just got a free Legal Vices membership, courtesy of Sonia or Chris. Give him a super special thanks for that. Appreciate that. Bless you. Somebody talk.
And that dive, was
Thank
it,
you.
so can you tell me about how the dive went? And was there any issues or problems that happened while conducting the dive?
Yes, the dive was aborted.
And why was the dive aborted?
The sub submerged on its platform to 30 feet, and it was determined there was the pilot indicated to the passengers that there was a problem with the variable ballast tank valve. And we came back to the surface to try to fix that. There was a malfunction in the platform, and that took considerable time to correct. And the dive was thus aborted.
So there was a mission
Can you
fatal error.
elaborate on what conditions that you experienced in the Titan sub while you were ascending up on the platform when you said there was a malfunction of the valve?
Could you repeat that, please?
Just so I can have a clear picture of what you experienced, sir. So as you were ascending from the 10-meter platform, as you were coming up to the surface, there was a malfunction with the platform. Can you explain a little bit more of what the orientation then was of the platform?
After we reached the surface, the platform had a valve malfunction, and the bow of the platform submerged, tilting the platform and the submersible to about a 45-degree angle.
So just so I'm understanding, so the orientation, the bow of the platform was the aft of the Titan Submersible.
Correct. The bow of the submersible was pointing up in the air.
And how many persons were on board this dive?
5.
And can you tell me a little bit more about what you experienced once that happened?
Yeah, and to compare and contrast this with Ms. Rojas, she said the people were probably like smashed at one end, which was a really really unfortunate turn of a phrase. So yeah, it tilted and kind of did this, and people sort of fell to the downward side. Let's hear how he describes this incident. Of course, it was described by the previous witnesses. No big deal.
There's nothing to hold on to inside this submersible, really. So it's a fairly smooth tube. The pilot crashed into the rear bulkhead. The rest of the passengers tumbled about. I ended up standing on the rear bulkhead. One passenger was hanging upside down, and the other 2 managed to wedge themselves into the bow end cap.
Holy crap!
Was anybody injured during this?
What?
Was anybody injured?
No.
Was anybody
Were the seas
pissing their
calm
pants
while
in
this was happening?
fright? I would.
No, they were not.
And how would you, now at this point, how would you describe what you experienced while in that condition?
Well, as I said, it was uncomfortable and unpleasant, and it took considerable time to correct the problem. There were multiple issues that the surface team was having to deal with.
You said it took considerable time. Approximately how long were you in this position for?
I'm not sure. I would guess at least an hour.
Oh, lovely. Hanging upside down for an hour. Wedging yourself
And
into
was the Titan Submersible
great.
solidly affixed to the platform? Or was there
It was
movement?
not.
It was not. Can you please explain?
The bow of the submersible skids became detached from the platform from what we understood, and thus was partly decoupled.
And how did that feel being in that position?
That was more uncomfortable.
Obviously, you weren't able to see outside of the submersible to the platform, but did it feel as if it was slamming against the platform?
That was my understanding, yes.
And so after the approximate hour, they were able to correct the deficiency and allow you to ascend to the surface?
Huh.
we were already on the surface. They corrected the tilt of the platform so that we could reestablish the sub on the platform and remove the passengers.
Who was the pilot for this dive?
Stockton Rush.
And did he make any comments to you or anything? Did you have a conversation about it?
Well, yes, he was upset that this had happened.
And so once they had reoriented the platform and you were able to depart, did you have any conversations after this or do a post-dive safety incident summary or anything like that?
I do not recall that.
Did they ever, after this incident, did they conduct a post-dive inspection of the hull?
I'm not aware of whether they did or did not.
Were you part of it?
When did you depart the expedition?
A couple of days after dive 87, we steamed to port to change crews, and I left the vessel.
Were you scheduled to be there for mission 4 and 5?
Only 4, not 5.
Stockton rage quit the dive. Yeah.
That's all the questions I have.
All right. That was a short witness. Now you got a few more. See if anybody else wants
Dr.
to
Ross,
ask.
are you okay to continue, or would you like to take a break at this time?
I'm okay to continue if you want.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Fawcett will now have questions for you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Ross. My name is Keith Fawcett. I'm a Coast Guard Marine Casualty Investigator.
Okay.
I want to revisit Dive 81, where Lieutenant Commander Whalen discussed issues with the controller for the thrusters and flickering lights and other equipment issues. Would you consider, based on your experience as a submersible pilot, the controller to be a critical component of the submersible?
My apologies. I don't believe Dr. Ross is a submersible pilot. That was part of the question.
Can you clarify that point, Dr. Ross?
I'm sorry, which
can-
point is he
I
talking
think
sorry.
making
Mark,
there?
Everybody's
Just,
confused.
Dr. Ross, can you clarify on whether you were a submersible pilot?
Is this for Dive 81 or in general?
For
I was trained.
Dr. Ross, hold on.
let me just
be sure
clarify.
we get the questions straight.
Okay.
This is what is known as a clusterfuck. Everybody's confused now. Even the person asking the question is confused now.
First off, were you a pilot for Ocean Gate, Dr. Ross?
No.
Have you been a submersible pilot for any other submersible?
Yes.
So, Mr. Fawcett, can you rephrase the question and say your prior experience as a submersible pilot?
Yes, sir. And my question was, in your prior experience as a submersible pilot, would you consider the thruster controller a critical component for a submersible?
In my opinion, yes.
And just to be clear, were you the submersible pilot of Deep Worker 2000?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to talk about normalization of risk.
Hmm.
So based on your experience,
That is an interesting topic, and I like the way he framed it. The normalization of risk. When risk becomes normalized.
within submersibles, would you say that retraining the operator, the submersible pilot, while submerged, to operate those controls was an acceptable risk?
I think it was.
And you mentioned the submersible, you used the word passengers were aboard. With passengers aboard, would you still call that an acceptable risk?
Yes.
Why didn't, were there any discussions that took place within the Titan about surfacing with the problems that were being experienced, including the malfunctioning controller for the thrusters and flickering lights?
That was an option.
Or was it discussed?
That was the rave option.
It was mentioned as an option.
Were those problems communicated from the Titan to the support ship on the surface during the
Yes.
dive?
You're talking
The reverse controls, flashing lights. That's all part of the rave package option.
about the thruster control issue.
And the flickering lights.
I don't recall about the flickering lights, whether there was a conversation about that with the surface, but there was concerning the thrusters.
So I want to shift gear a little bit. You were on the Polar Prince during the 2023 Titan expedition. Do you know if the Polar Prince or the support vessels were equipped with devices that could hear underwater acoustic sounds such as aquatic life or other sounds from the ocean?
Cracking hull.
You're asking if the ship was equipped with those?
Or the support vessels?
They had hydrophones in order to communicate with the submarine using a text system.
And where were you on the accident day, the 18th of June, 2023?
I was in Newfoundland.
On that day, did anyone communicate with you that they had heard the sound of an implosion or a similar sound on the vessel's acoustic monitoring devices, such as a hydrophone or other device?
No.
So would it be fair to say that an oceanographic research vessel is a vessel that engages in oceanographic or limnologic research?
Yes.
And then do you know the maximum operating depth that one of the oceanographic research vessels can go when they're taking scientific personnel below the surface?
I'm not aware of such a limit. I'm not sure I understand the question.
Yeah, is there a maximum depth where an oceanographic research vessel may go if they're conducting subsurface dives?
Not that I'm aware of.
Objection to the form of the question. I don't understand if he's talking about a regulatory objection or he's talking about a physical capability objection.
Okay, Mr. Fawcett, can you clarify? Are you talking about some kind of regulatory?
Yes, a regulatory requirement not to exceed a certain depth.
Thank you.
I'm not aware of that.
So Lieutenant Steele, if you'll pull up Coast Guard Exhibit 072, this is a Coast Guard note that the Coast Guard sends to the inspection personnel that conduct inspection and oversight of vessels of the United States. And I'm going to read it. It just makes it easier. The Coast Guard is required to follow the laws and regulations of the United States. On page 2, on the bottom paragraph, it discusses Section 515 of the Just Released Coast Guard Authorization Act of 2018, and there is a redacted word there. And it provides a clarification of the term scientific personnel as it pertains to oceanographic research vessels. From this point on, age is not a factor in determining whether a person can be considered a member of the scientific personnel aboard. If the scientific personnel are receiving instruction in oceanography or limnology, the study of lakes, they could technically be in kindergarten, and it is now okay. The legal change contradicts a long-standing Coast Guard policy regarding scientific personnel, which basically limited the term to graduates and undergraduates at college level, consistent with the original discussion in the Oceanographic Research Act of the 1960s. Are you aware of that regulation and that regulation with regard to oceanographic research vessels?
Just Mr. Fawcett, I want to clarify for the record, that is a statute.
Statute. Thank you, sir. Are you aware of that, sir?
I have not seen this document.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
And Mr. Fawcett, just to clarify also, this was a Coast Guard interpretation of a statutory change. And so I guess a question would be, were you aware of the statutory change that removed age limitations for scientific personnel, Dr. Ross?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Fawcett, do you have any additional questions?
I do not, Ken. Thank you.
Dr. Ross, I just have a couple follow-up questions, but I would like to ask, would you like to take a 10-minute break at this time?
I'm okay.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I would just ask we take maybe 5 minutes. If that's
Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's, the hearing will recess.
Somebody go pee.
At 2:05.
All right. That's like right about there. Is he the last witness for I think he's the last witness for the day. Yes, he is. He's the last witness for the Thursday, the 19th. And then we'll be jumping right into Friday morning with Mr. Fred Hagen, will be the first witness, the next witness after this guy. He was another mission specialist. We get to compare and contrast mission specialists. Don't we, Strawberry? What are you barking about? All right. Let's see if we have anything out of the way while we're just waiting here. Nope. We are all caught up. We're 35 away from Emotional Support Potato Pig Dog Camp. Day 19.
Sir, at this time, Dr. Ross, can you still hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Everybody
sir,
here,
I'm
everybody.
going to pass the questioning to the National Transportation Safety Board. Mr.
Imploded,
Muse.
substituted, implode.
Good
So,
afternoon, Dr. Ross. I just have one clarification. When you said you could not dive at Gully Canyon and had to go somewhere else on the shelf, I think that was dive 87. What was the reasoning for not being able to dive at Gully Canyon?
The Gully Canyon's a protected area, and it turns out we would have needed a permit to dive there. So we were told not to dive there.
Do you remember who told you that?
Not exactly, no.
Okay, thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Muse. Sir, now I just have a couple follow-ups from came up throughout your testimony. I'm curious, sir, in your opinion, is viewing the Titanic wreck site equivalent to conducting scientific operations?
That anytime I go underwater in the deep sea and view anything, it has scientific value.
What about
Sir, are
counting
you familiar
fish?
with the scientific operations definition in the United States Code?
In what code?
In U.S. or under statutory law?
No. No.
I didn't even understand the question.
Sir, during the Titan dives you participated on, did the Titan ever lose communications with the surface vessel, the text communications?
Not that I'm aware of.
Sir, while you were on expeditions, including on the support vessel, did anyone voice concerns to you about the condition of the hull beyond the loud noise?
No, not that I recall.
Sir, for your initial engagement with OceanGate, was that initiated by you or did OceanGate reach out to you?
I had colleagues that I had worked with in a previous project suggested to OceanGate that I should be involved, and OceanGate reached out to me and we had several conversations after that.
Did OceanGate ever explain to you why scientific operations were important to them?
Well, I was the scientific operations, so I didn't need that explanation.
Oh, see what the Coast Guard, they're I think they're going down the path of, did he explain why they were important to you? Maybe perhaps trying to elicit the answer, scientific stuff was important so that we could call them crew members and not passengers and not be subject to regulations. Yeah. I think that's their little clever little way of saying, were the scientific missions important to assist with the evading of requirements? He's never going to say yes to that, but
Thank you, sir. At this time, I'd like to pass the questioning to OceanGate Counsel.
No questions on our end, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Ross, I believe a follow-up question from Commander Whalen.
Okay. Dr. Ross, did you and Mr. Rush ever have a discussion regarding the hull and how long the hull would last?
What do you mean by how long the hull would last?
You know what he means.
How many cycles the hull could dive to, or how many dives the hull would be sufficient to dive to?
Yes.
And what was that conversation?
I asked Stockton for my own curiosity how many cycles he thought the Titan would be good for before it needed refurbishment.
And what was his answer?
Indefinite.
Thank you, Dr. Ross. That's all the questions I have.
Indefinite, forever. It'll last forever. That is some
Dr.
BS.
Ross, are you aware of any maintenance that was conducted?
I'm not saying he is. Stockton Rush probably did say indefinite. That answer from Stockton Rush is some BS. Oh yeah, you can just do it forever. Was it the first witness when it was the first witness or the third witness where they were showing the chart and they had a how many dives the thing was good for, and it was like 10,000 dives, and so that means like get 2 a year, be good for like 4,000 years. Yeah, no.
Did on the Titan Soul after dive 87?
I am not aware of any, no.
Are there any further questions from the board or OceanGate for Dr. Ross? Dr. Ross, is there anything that we haven't asked you that you think would be valuable for this investigation?
Not that comes to mind right away, no.
Would you like to, before we close, make a statement to the board, sir?
I appreciate the opportunity, but I'd rather not at this time.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Ross, you are now released as a witness at this formal hearing. Thank you for your testimony and cooperation. If I later determine that this board needs additional information from you, I will contact you through your counsel. If you have any questions about this investigation, you may contact the investigation recorder, Lieutenant Kelly Steele. Thank you, sir, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Bye. All right, we're
This
done
hearing
with
is now
day
adjourned
three
for the day,
afternoon.
and we'll reconvene at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Now, here's an interesting conundrum we find ourselves in, people. We actually finished ahead of the start of day 4. They will be convening in about 15, 16 minutes. Until then, it's just us sitting here because we have fixed everything. We've got everything. Everything is good. We got nothing to do. He was a pretty interesting witness. I'll give him interesting. He wasn't particularly helpful to anything. Gave a few little tidbits that I think were already common knowledge, maybe clarified a few points, but he, as far as a witness goes, from a pure, looking at it as a witness, regardless of what it is he's testifying to, very, very good witness. Didn't offer anything he wasn't asked, kept his answers short, yes, no, unless he was asked to clarify, said he didn't know when he didn't know. I thought he was a great witness. Didn't want to make a closing statement. His lawyer was there. His lawyer did lawyerly things. What was it, 3 objections I think he made. So I thought he was a good. Yes, he was a doctor. I think he was a good witness. As far as witnesses go, particularly helpful witness, not so much. I saw something flash here. Where did we go? What's happening? Here we are. Oh, I guess I was mistaken with it. I thought I saw a super chat or something flash up there. I was wrong. All right, people, we got 15 minutes before they start today. So I guess we'll do a little midstream grift here. We're 1 hour grift, we'll call it. Hey, everybody, we got 400 people here waiting. Let's just we're waiting for the start of the hearing today. The hearing is scheduled to start in 15 minutes from now. Yeah. 407 people here, 228 likes. That's kind of sort of just slightly more than half of you have done your job. That means almost half of you haven't done your job. Get down there and smash that like button, please. Let's get the word out. We can get up to 300. Well, there's no reason we shouldn't be at 400 likes right now. Let's get up to 400 likes. Let's see how fast it will take to get to 400 likes. This is just totally nonsense. If you watch the end of yesterday's show, we got to the 3rd tier unlocking, and that was a shot of absinthe. I poured it out. I ended the show, and it's still sitting here on my desk. And day-old booze is bad booze. So if we get up to 400 likes, we will we'll drink yesterday's absinthe. Hey, you get more for your entertainment dollars. Yeah, and once you've hit the like and subscribe button, and if you are subscribed, just double check to make sure you're still subscribed. Come on over here and take our like and subscribe poll that's pinned up there at the top of chat. Today is what do you think was the primary factor in the Ocean Gate Titan incident? Technical failure, human error, inadequate measures, all of the above. Well, 5% of you said human error was the primary reason. 6% of you say technical failure was the primary reason. 12% of you said inadequate safety measures were the reason. And 78% of you said the primary reason was all of the above. It was a horribly worded poll on my end, but thank you very much for participating. We'll check back again another hour or so and see if anything has changed. I'm pretty sure all of the above is going to win, but we'll see how the lessers are handled. Cherry Reed dropping that $25 equivalent with the 5 Legal Vices memberships. If you happen to be Forever Not Me, Helma Verschur, Kyle Cowden, Cat 8 Canary, or Tanya Davenport, you got a gifted membership from Cherry Reed. Make sure you give Cherry Reed a super, super duper special thank you. And Tanya Davenport, who just got a gifted Legal Vices membership from Cherry Reed, drops the $10 super chat. Says, I have a couple of questions. What did they mean by the statute? What is the statute? That was the regulation about how age wasn't a factor anymore. It was just one of the laws that they were reading. This law that had been changed in 2018. What is the code he didn't know about? Could have been the same thing. I can't answer that question. My memory does not serve me. Ordinarily, when I hear people talk about statutes, I just go and fade out. I apologize. Should have been paying more attention. Thank you for all you do, Jeff. Well, now I have to pay more attention when they bring up statutes and regulations and codes and whatnot. I apologize for being unable to answer that question. I'm a failure. I'm sorry. Legal Vices suggest discussing assumption of the risk. Never mind the waiver. The issue is, at what point does willful blindness to the deficits in Project Titan rise to the level of assumption? Well, assumption of the risk. Well, first of all, we'd have to determine what law would apply to that. If we just look at the civil side of things, the civil lawsuits going on in the state of Washington. So what would be considered this assumption of the risk, meaning you brought this on yourself, so you just live with the risks. The risks sort of have to kind of measure up to whatever is being assumed. Like one of the classic assumption of the risks is, if you go to a baseball game, if you go to a professional baseball game and you get drilled in the face by a line drive, it's very, very difficult to get any money out of the organization because you've sort of assumed the risk. You know there is a possibility of being drilled in the face with a baseball at a baseball game. But if you go to the baseball game and the stadium collapses on you, then it's not so much an assumption of the risk. You have to know what the risk is to assume it, or you should know or should have been able to know what the risk is before you can assume it. So if you don't know what the risk is, it's kind of difficult to assume the risk. So they knew that there was a possibility of death from a few things that were mentioned in the waiver, but other than that, I would say it would be a little bit difficult unless they said, hey, you know what? There's a risk that we're going to implode because of factor X. And they go, all right, then you might have a better argument. The floofy cat with the $2, with the little floofy cat, little ASCII, going full old school ASCII there. When egos overrule science equals fish food. Well, and hey, the lady yesterday, she was there counting fish. So, she could count how many fish come to feed on the corpse. Let's see. Oh, hey, we've got to that part of the show that we all know and love. Why do we know and love it? It's because it's that part of the show that we call Release the Hose, where we do, in fact, release the emotional support potato pig dogs for the 19th consecutive day, people. You guys are awesome. And today's guest is Strawberry. Yoda is here as well. Yoda is hiding under the table over here. There's Yoda. What's up, Yoda? Yoda, the bringer of Dremels. And we'll focus here on. Oh, looks like she's made the bed all wonky. All right, we will focus on Strawberry while she's here. She tends to move around a lot, so while she's laying down and relaxing and licking the bed, we'll just keep it there. Strawberry and Yoda, the emotional support potato pig dog cams, are happy to be here with you for day number 19. Let's see if we can make that 20 next time. And gosh, what I think we're going to do, we've still got about 10 minutes before they start. There's 395 people here, 272 likes. Let's get up to 400 likes so I can drink yesterday's absinthe. We're going to play Renata Rojas's testimony again. We'll start at the beginning and just play it for 10 minutes while we wait for the Coast Guard to begin.
All of my questions today are related to your background and then your experience.
Oh, come on. All right, this is the audio thing that we had yesterday. We've had it for 3 days now.
So help you God.
Yep.
Maybe seated.
So let me just copy that. Got to close out this window. Can we bring up a new window and do it? Let me see here. Yep. All right. Let's bring up Ms. Renata Rojas, just so we can listen to a little bit of her testimony again until the Coast Guard begins today's session.
Punishable by fine and/or imprisonment under 18 USC 1001. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear
Boost this
that the
to
testimony you're
600%.
about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. You may be seated.
Ms. Rojas, I see that you have counsel present with you here today. Counselor, can you please identify yourself and your firm for the record?
We didn't hear you, dude.
Sir, can you energize your microphone and just repeat that, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. My name is John Werner, and I'm with the law firm of Lyons and Flood.
Thank you, sir.
And he didn't say a word, I don't recall.
Ms. Rojas, before we begin, I understand this can be an emotional testimony. If you need any time, please just let me know, and we will take a recess and reconvene.
Okay.
I will now pass the questioning to Lieutenant Commander Nicole Emmons.
Good morning, Ms. Rojas. Thank you for being here today. And as Mr. Neubauer stated, please just stop me if you need a break at any time. All of my questions today are related to your background and then your experiences with OceanGate as a mission specialist and a volunteer. There's two exhibit binders in front of
And this is interesting. We were wondering why she was crying at the beginning before any questions were asked. And she cried right at the end. And we realized that she was crying because she had such a wonderful experience and she doesn't want this undersea adventure to end, which I thought was kind of odd.
view. If we pull up an exhibit, you're more than welcome to use those, but we'll also pull them up on the monitors as well.
Okay.
And before we begin, I'll ask you to please refrain from using any acronyms. And if you do, just kind of explain what they are for the record.
Okay.
So Ms. Rojas, can you explain your background and work history before you became involved with OceanGate? Just kind of give us a little background on what you did.
You mean my business background?
Correct. Yes.
I'm a banker in New York City. I do sales and trading. I'm an MBA from Columbia University in finance.
So with your background as being a banker, how did you become a mission specialist with OceanGate? Can you kind of give us the whole history and background on how you came to become involved with them?
I've been a scuba diver since I'm age 12. Pretty much the ocean is a place I feel very comfortable.
How do we go from banker to mission specialist? Those are the questions. But before we need to talk about something here. Where did it go? 79 Cecilia says, Legal Vices, your mic sound is so much louder than the stream. Is there any way to adjust that? We've adjusted as much as we can. Their volume is incredibly low. So I have boosted their volume to 600%, and I've brought my volume down to about 20%. There's just nothing else that can be done beyond this point. So I've even backed off from the microphone a little bit, but yeah, it's just them and their very, very low volume.
I've been pretty much obsessed with the Titanic since I'm age 11 or 12, before it was found. I actually wanted to find the wreck, but somebody beat me to it and told me that they were not going to go back. So I did banking instead of oceanography.
So she wanted to discover it at 11 years old, and then someone discovered it, and then she decided to be a banker instead.
And tried to find a way to go to Titanic once I find out that, non-scientists could go. Signed up first with deep ocean.
Not non-scientists. She's a non-scientist. Yes, she's signing on as a specialist on a scientific journey.
Expeditions, which was at the time run by Rob McCollum. I was scheduled to go with him. The expeditions were postponed twice, then canceled. And through that connection with Rob McCollum, he actually is the one that mentioned that he knew somebody who had plans to go to Titanic. So that was the first time I heard about OceanGate. The second time I heard about OceanGate was through astronaut training. I actually thought, well, can't go to Titanic, maybe I can go to space. And through astronaut training, I decided that with little money I had saved to go to Titanic, which I had been saving for a long time, was going to be to go to Titanic. Through Virgin Galactic, which was the ones doing the training, they told me, oh, we know somebody who has plans to build us up to go to Titanic. And so I mentioned, they said, OceanGate Expeditions. I said, yes. And they were the ones who actually made the email connection. This point, Stockton, who had heard my name twice, said, well, might as well meet Renata. He came to New York. I think I have in my notes, I think it was May.
See, that's interesting. She's turned the story from her wanting to go down to Stockton Rush wanting her to come. Like they were recruiting her because she was a banker, I guess. So it's like, yeah, he heard my name twice. He wanted to meet me. Interesting. I didn't notice that first time.
2015. We met for coffee. He told me a sub had not been made, that he had plans to make a sub to go to Titanic. It was going to take time. But he wanted me to go out on other expeditions and, kind of test the waters of how they did things. They were planning to go to the Andradoria.
Why would he want her to do it?
2016.
Oh, good. With the hearings are convening here, so let's jump over to today's hearings, shall we? We are going live, people. And again, let me adjust this by 600% up. Where is the...
Good morning. This hearing will come to order. We are continuing at the Charleston County Council Chambers in North Charleston, South Carolina. I'm Jason Neubauer of the United States Coast Guard, Deputy Chief of the Office of Investigations and Analysis.
While he goes through all this daily stuff, I will be right back.
Coast Guard Marine
Give me
Board
one
Investigation and the presiding officer over these proceedings. The Commandant of the Coast Guard has convened this board under the authority of Title 46, United States Code, Section 6301, and Title 46, Code of Federal Regulations, Part 4, to investigate the circumstances surrounding the implosion of the Titan with the loss of 5 lives on June 18, 2023, while conducting deep sea operations in the vicinity of the RMS Titanic wreck site I have previously determined that OceanGate Incorporated is a party in interest to this investigation. OceanGate is represented by the law firm of Debevoise and Plimpton. As such, OceanGate has a statutory right to employ counsel to represent them, to cross-examine witnesses, and to have witnesses called on their behalf. I will examine all witnesses at this formal hearing under oath or affirmation, and witnesses will be subject to federal laws and penalties governing false official statements. Witnesses who are not parties in interest may be advised by their counsel concerning their rights. However, such counsel may not examine or cross-examine other witnesses or otherwise participate in these proceedings. These proceedings are open to the public and to the media. I ask for the cooperation of all persons present to minimize any disruptive influence on the proceedings in general and on the witnesses in particular. An area has been set aside for news media use during the proceedings. The media may question witnesses concerning their testimony given after I have released them from the proceedings. I ask that such interviews be conducted outside of this courtroom. Since the date of the casualty, the National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, and Coast Guard have conducted substantial evidence collection activities, and some of that previously collected evidence will be considered during these hearings. Should any person have or believe they have information not brought forward, but which might be of direct significance, that person is urged to bring that information to my attention by emailing titan@uscg.mil. The Coast Guard relies on strong partnerships to execute its missions, and this Marine Board investigation is no exception. The NTSB provided a representative for this hearing. Mr. Marcel Muse, seated to my far right, is the investigator in charge for the NTSB investigation. Mr. Muse, would you like to make a brief statement?
Yes, good morning. Again, I'm Marcel Muse, the NTSB's investigator in charge assigned to investigate this accident. The NTSB has joined these proceedings to avoid duplicating facts. The NTSB in the end will produce its own report separate from the Coast Guard, determine a probable cause, which is required by law, and where appropriate, issue safety recommendations to prevent future accidents.
Thank you. We will now call our first witness of the day, Mr. Fred Hagen, who was a mission specialist on a Titan expedition. Mr. Hagen, please come forward to the witness table, sir.
All right, now we get to join the battle of the mission specialists.
Good morning, sir. I realize we're starting a bit early. Would you like 10 minutes just to get settled and before we begin the proceedings?
No.
Yes,
Say
sir.
no.
We'll go into a brief recess and reconvene at 8:45. Thank you.
Oh, I just closed down what's her head's. I just closed down Rojas's. All right. Okay, so for some reason they're taking a 10-minute break. All righty then. Let's keep that over here on the side, and we'll go back to Ms. Rojas, shall we? But it's going to take me a minute to get there because I closed the window because we weren't going to need it anymore. Hang on real quick, folks. Again, this is a perfect time to hit that like and subscribe button. Hint, hint, hint. All right. Should warn me when they're going to take the 10-minute break. All right, we've got yesterday's up, and we will get back to her story. Let's hook it up right now. Present, share the screen. There we go. Embiggen. Go up 600%, 600%, 400, 500, maximum 600%. There we go. It's maxed out at 600%.
It's a shipwreck that I myself was already planning to dive. Seems
Talking
like you
about
have
this is talking about the Andrea Doria accident, which she's going to tell us all about. That she was planning on diving because she is a wonderful diver and has all the diving qualifications.
several technical dive certifications. The latest one is closed circuit rebreathers for
You
Trimax
don't
at
care.
100 meters. So although it's a wreck that I could dive, I said, well, maybe in a sub I can see a lot more than diving. So I signed up for the expedition, and that's basically how the relationship started.
Thank you.
Relation.
You kind of mentioned your diving certificates. Can you kind of go into that with us and what those are and what you have?
Right. Obviously, open water, advanced water, rescue diver, scientific diver, cave diving, ice diving, side mount.
Do I dare
climbing
say?
open circuit?
Oh, I want to say
and
something, but
then
I can't.
closed CCRs or closed circuit rebreathers up to trimix to 100 meters.
And did you have any experience with submersibles before?
Oh,
OceanGate?
Kiranath, you read my mind.
Not before OceanGate. I did
read my
have
mind.
the opportunity to go down to the wreck of the Britannic with another in Greece with another operator in a Triton sub.
Thank you. How many dives, and you can estimate too, but how many dives have you conducted with OceanGate? Approximately.
Androdoria, Hudson Canyon, one in Seattle. We did a few test dives with Titan. I think it was 2 of them, and then my Titanic dive.
Thank you. Were those all as a mission specialist or?
Correct.
Okay. And what platforms did you conduct those dives that you just mentioned on? There's submersibles at OceanGate. They had a few. So.
Cyclops 1 for Androdoria, Hudson Canyon, and the one in Puget Sound,
So
Seattle.
the Cyclops 1 was the precursor to the Titan.
Second hull Titan.
All right. I'm getting frustrated. Can't get the top off my list.
2021 and 22.
Can you explain to us, in your eyes, what a mission specialist is?
Yeah, mission specialist gets a little bit differentiated because he's somebody who gets involved in the operation.
So listen to the conflicting definition here. It's like she doesn't realize there's a difference in what she's saying. A mission specialist is someone who gets involved in the actual mission. They get involved and they do things.
It's a volunteer basis position. It's a role that you take only if you feel comfortable with the role and you have a knowledge of what you're going to be doing. You're always supervised, always working with somebody who's giving you guidance. And it's really, it sounds very glamorous, but it's really just standing by to see if anybody needs a wrench.
So here we have her saying a mission specialist is someone who is involved in the mission, who participates in the mission, someone who only has to do it if they feel qualified, if they're comfortable doing it. So it sounds like a pretty important thing. And then the next sentence out of her mouth is, well, basically it's just standing around waiting to give someone a wrench if they ask for it. She doesn't see that there's a difference between those two things. To her, it's like giving someone the wrench is absolutely participating in the important parts of the mission. And she believes she has the proper training to hand someone a wrench. So that was weird.
It sounds very glamorous, but it's really just standing by to see if anybody needs a wrench.
To become a mission specialist with OceanGate, did you have to pay OceanGate any money?
Well, the payment was for the dive. You had the option once you showed up to the expedition if you wanted to participate or you wanted just to be an observer and passenger.
Can you kind of explain how the payments worked?
It's all about the payments.
Paid for the dive that you said, like, who did you write that out to? Who did that go to? Who did you work with to coordinate that?
Once
And-
you said yes, they would send you basically instructions for payment for a wire transfer, and you paid. I can't remember exactly who I paid. I think Andrew Doria was Argus Expeditions. I don't remember who Hudson Kenny was. I'm assuming it's also Argus Expeditions.
And
I
they're
can't
scheduled to
remember exactly
reconvene in
who
about
it was.
4 minutes,
I don't recall at this time.
3 minutes.
And what is your understanding, or what were you told that your payment was for?
Well, you're given a contract that details, okay, you're giving a deposit by this date, you're,
And see, again, they want to know is they're trying to fish for these answers. They know the answer, but they're trying to solidify the answers. This paying the money, what was it for? Was it the ticket price for you as a passenger, or was it to to purchase your position as a crewman? So if it's just essentially a passenger situation, then that would lead to some different conclusions and perhaps some different recommendations. But again, answering this, she just answers the financial side of it, like what was the payments for, and then she gets into payment terms.
giving the balance or 40% at a second date, certain amount is refundable. If you cancel by X number of days before the expedition, or there's a portion that is not refundable as well. It's very well understood that if you show up and the weather doesn't cooperate, you don't get a refund. And it's just escalated. It's just normal contracts. And then once you get the detail of when to pay and the dates, is basically send them a wire transfer. You also have to sign medical forms, get a medical, all of that, and you have to submit them before you go on an expedition.
And I know you kind of went into it a little bit about the refund policy. Can you kind of go into more detail on that? What exactly you could get a refund for?
There wasn't really a lot of refunds. I guess you could get a refund if you gave a deposit at the beginning, like a year in advance, and then 6 months before the expedition, you canceled, you would get a refund. I don't have that contract in front of me. I'm sure we can probably pull it out, but it was very clearly stated when you would be able to get a refund or not. It was pretty clear that once you started to get a deposit.
But what would you say you do here?
You were running the risk that if you need not get your money back, you may not get your money back.
Did you ever get a refund or have to use a refund process with your dives?
No. I think Stockton in particular was very fair that if you did.
She really liked him. All right, they are back in court. They're back in the hearing. So let's take her out and put live in. Oh, we have no closed captions for this. Sorry, closed caption people.
This hearing is now back in session. Good morning again, Mr. Hagen. Lieutenant Steele, our recorder for this proceeding, will now administer your oath, sir.
Would you raise your right hand for me, please? Thank you. A false statement given to an agency of the United States is punishable by fine and/or imprisonment under 18 U.S.C. 1001. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you.
And he is Fred Hagen. Fred Hagen.
Sir, Lieutenant Commander Katie Williams is going to start with the questioning today.
Okay. Mission specialist.
Morning, Mr. Hagen.
Mission specialist.
Thank you for being here with us this morning. As we ask you questions, if you need a break, please let us know. All of my questions are related to your background and your experience as with OceanGate as a mission specialist.
Now, remember that the Rojas, Nikes. Rojas was our first mission specialist. She
Explain what the
now he is our
acronym
second mission
means.
specialist. He
Could
has
you
no lawyer.
explain your background and work history before you became involved with OceanGate?
My background is a commercial building contractor and developer, and I specialize in hospitals, build a number of museums. We do multifamily housing, and so I have a background in construction. I did not have a specific background in the deep diving world. I have had a background in searching for missing aircraft and archaeological projects. So I've spent years, found 8 missing World War II airplanes, returned the remains of 18 airmen for burial, and also excavated a Roman shipwreck on the Adriatic coast. So I have had some experience underwater, and I am a diver, but I'm certainly not a professional mariner.
How did you become a mission specialist with OceanGate?
Paid money.
I became a mission specialist because I found it's a convoluted story, but I'll try to give you the Reader's Digest version.
Reader's
I
Digest, paid
located
money.
2 Corsairs in Lake Sebago that have been sold to Great Britain through Lend-Lease. And as we all know, the Royal Navy never relinquished this title to their materiel. And it occurred to me that the Royal Navy had, so I attempted to salvage them. Being as the bodies of the British pilots were still on board, I was prevented by Great Britain. But during that endeavor, I met a lawyer named Dave Kincannon, who happened to be a lawyer assisting OceanGate. And he had dove numerous times on the Titanic, had been involved in a number of missions. And when I heard that OceanGate was going to descend for the first time in 2021, I approached Dave and told him that I wanted to be on the first mission.
In your opinion, how would you define a mission specialist?
A mission specialist is a individual who is paying to participate in the great adventure of exploring the deep. And a mission specialist is not necessarily qualified in any particular way for that mission, other than that he's helping to fund exploration in the ocean.
So like, what he's saying is the mission specialist really isn't a specialist. In fact, we're not even qualified to do anything, is what he just said. Yeah, he knows. They're tourists, exactly. It's kind of what Rojas said, but he's saying it a little more directly. He's like, yep. And notice she was a banker. He's a developer, real estate developer. They're just, and whoever it was that mentioned the other day, it was absolutely correct. And said they're rich people LARPing as, Jacques Cousteau. If you close your eyes a little bit, he looks like Bob Newhart. This is just total. This is total Gerald Ford to me. But anyway, so yeah, he's at least he knows what he's doing. He knows he's an unqualified tourist who has a love affair with the sea.
So to confirm, to become a mission specialist, did you pay OceanGate any money?
I did.
Lots of it.
And what was your, at the time, what was your understanding, or what were you told your payment was for?
Well, I don't remember what I was told, but I remember what I asked. I wanted to be on the first dive to the Titanic and the Titan.
As a mission specialist, were you part of the submersible crew, or were you a passenger?
Well, both. I was a passenger and who was given the latitude to participate in the mission, and I did so. In my case, in my background, I have quite a lot of experience building things, obviously, and I'm mechanically inclined, so I was able to assist. I didn't do any of the what I would say critical items, but certainly Titan bolts on the dome and other things that I would qualify as what we would say in a slang version, monkey work.
Lieutenant Steele, could you pull up Exhibit 029?
Wow. He
It's
laid
the
it on the
project
line. We were
execution plan.
passengers who were
Sir,
allowed to
there is
touch
a,
stuff.
it will come up on the screen, but also in front of you, there are exhibit binders. If you wanted to see paper, this is exhibit 029. If you could scroll down to where it says mission specialists, and if it's possible, could you zoom into the specific tasks outlined?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was talking to Lieutenant
Oh,
Steele.
okay.
Mr. Hagen, were you involved in any of those tasks that are in bulleted form in front of you?
Yes.
Which ones?
Well, they certainly did not want me communicating, so I didn't do that. I wasn't tracking. The
Which
menial
ones were you-
tasks, cleaning inside, outside the sub, helping with the oil-filled housings, and other tasks as deemed appropriate.
Did you receive
Didn't
any
do
training
nothing.
from Ocean Gate for these tasks?
I was always working with someone from Ocean Gate, so I was working at their express direction. I didn't receive outside training. It was more on-site training and guidance. But like I said, they were very menial tasks.
Lieutenant Steele, you can take that exhibit down. And if you could pull up Coast Guard Exhibit 009, the mission specialist job description. And if you could scroll down to paragraphs 2 and 3, the physical duties.
And if you could please stop drumming your fingers on the table.
Mr. Hagen, are you familiar with this document? Or were you provided a similar document?
Yes, I reckon. I don't know if it's this same document, but I recognize the verbiage.
Were you asked about your color vision or your hearing prior to going on board with Ocean Gate?
Yes,
And were you given a duty during an emergency while on board?
We all had a duty during emergencies.
I have no recollection of that.
Lieutenant Steele, if you could scroll down to the expedition duties.
JKD Buck, are you talking about this guy, this Fred? Don't leave Gerald Ford waiting. He looks so much like Gerald Ford. It's creepy.
I think Commander Williams, can we go to a question while the recorder finds that next question?
Yes, sir. I can just ask a general question about it. As
Bob
a mission
Hopish too, yes.
specialist, were you involved in any of the following assigned duties? Submersible navigation, data logging, media collection, surface communications, or a safety watch?
Safety watch and data collection.
Can you please explain what you did during those times with those duties?
Well, data collection was, I was giving a list of things to track during our descent by the scientist who was on board. And off the top of my head, I don't recall what they were, but I was making notations about the experience and trying to fill in the blanks as they were given to me. The safety,
You were writing a diary. Ms. Rojas, she was counting fish.
watch was just something I think everyone shared, and just, especially when we were towing the submersible, someone had to keep an eye on it to make sure that nothing went awry. So everyone took a turn.
Were you ever asked about physical limitations or overall health prior to your duties as a mission specialist?
Yes, I believe I was.
And Lieutenant Steele, you can pull that exhibit down. How many dives did you participate on with Ocean Gate?
2 dives where we actually descended.
My next questions are related to the Titan expedition in 2021. According to the dive logs provided by OceanGate, you were on board a dive on July 3rd, 2021 that made it to 1,700 meters. The dive log stated the sub lost starboard thrusters. Are you familiar with this dive?
Yeah, I thought it was on July 2nd, but I'm getting old, so go ahead. Yeah, I was on the dive.
And were you involved in any of the planning meetings for that dive?
Of course.
Can you please walk us through what a planning meeting looked like?
Well, with OceanGate, there was a plethora of planning meetings, so you're
Would you say
always
we have
either in
a
a meeting,
plethora
or
of
coming out of
meetings?
one, or getting ready for one. So we would have morning meetings and evening meetings, but the planning meeting we would go through in sequence, every 10 or 15 minutes of the pre-launch schedule, and then what would happen while we were down, and then going through a checklist of making sure that everyone had checked each component and signed off, and it was that was the nature of the meeting.
And were you assigned any tasks for this specific dive?
Well, I was just given a sheet of data by the scientist, and I don't think I was given specific tasks, but they basically accepted me as a member of their team, and we were all basically together, enjoying the experience and making sure that it went smoothly. And they weren't supposed to take mission specialist on this dive because there'd been an incident a couple of days before, but I had prevailed upon Stockton. I reminded him that my intent was to be on the first descent, so that's why I was on board.
In case you're not paying attention, he wanted to be on the first attempt. That's like the third or fourth time he's mentioned that. We can stop mentioning how much he really wanted to be Mr. President. We don't care. Go trip over something.
Just mentioned a previous incident. Can you go into detail what you understood happened? Or were you present for that incident?
I was present.
Can you please talk about that incident?
Well, we attempted to launch the Titan, and we experienced some issues. And when they were pulling it back up onto the deck, I believe what happened was that it came up, and the crane was pulling it up the ramp, and it got to a point where it was seesawing. There's the flat plane of the deck, and then there's the angled plane of the ramp, which is fairly steep, probably a little too steep. But again, this was all experimental, and we were feeling our way through it. So it was teetering back and forth, and then the crane operator let it go a little bit too abruptly.
Let it go.
And it slammed down on the deck with quite a bit of force. Now, the complicating factor was that a decision had been made to only install 4 of the 18 bolts in the 3,500-pound titanium dome. And that decision was made. I was there when the decision was made. I was not.
So now we learn how the dome fell off. 4 of the 18 bolts were all that were used. What could possibly be the problem with that? Using only 4 of the 18 bolts, and then it bounces off the deck, and then as Ms. Rojas explained it, the dome fell off, but it fell off. It fell off slowly. It fell off slowly.
I did not articulate any opinions one way or the other, but the thought was that once the ship went, or the Titan went to depth, that the pressure would be so intense that you didn't need any bolts. You wouldn't be able to pry it off with a jack. So they were trying to minimize the time it took to get the mission specialist out of the Titan after the mission ended. And that decision was made. The problem was no one anticipated that the platform was going to be dropped with such force. And you're also in the North Atlantic, so the ship's going up and down. There's a lot of factors that combine together. The force of the platform hitting the deck of the, was that the Horizon Arctic that you're? Yeah. The Horizon Arctic, it just basically sheared off several bolts, and shot off like bullets. And as you know, the titanium dome fell off.
Yes, thank you.
Yes,
Did
thank
you
you.
witness or did you notice any damage to the forward dome?
No, there was no visible damage. It was obviously a very robust structure. It was just the connecting points that severed.
Can you explain why you were allowed to dive when there weren't supposed to be any mission specialists on board?
Well, when I say no one was supposed to, the original mandate was that, okay, we've had an incident, we're going to go down and not take any mission specialists. It wasn't like some legal reality because this was all operating in an experimental environment.
So he changed his
I
mind.
Reminded Stockton that it was my intent to be on the first dive and that I was comfortable getting in and was willing to accept that risk.
We need to start taking a shot every time he mentions he wanted to be on the first dive.
Going back to the dive on July 3rd or around July 3rd, 2021, can you tell me about this dive and why the dive was aborted?
Yes, I can. And
Please
you want me to do so, obviously. Yes.
Yeah.
We went down, it was PH, Nargeolet, Stockton, Scott Griffith, and myself. So we were launched and we, basically blew the air tanks and went down 30 meters, floated the Titan, and we began a descent. Now you have to remember, this is literally the first descent to depth, other than practice, descents in other locales. So we realized very early on that we had weighted the Titan slightly off balance. And the original intent was to go down nose forward and kind of go down on a long gradual angle. And we had unfortunately weighted it ass heavy. So it began spiraling. So instead of going down
Ass
on
heavy?
a gradient,
Nice.
we were going through it wasn't a violent spiral. It was a very slow spiral through the ocean. And we descended through the shades of light until we entered a world of utter darkness, a complete absence of light, as you're aware. And during that descent, we would see various phosphorescent creatures in the inky blackness, and all systems were off except basically.
This guy talks like he's writing a book. He talks like he's writing. He's like book talking. We slowly spiraled through the inky blackness. It's like we went down and it was just fucking dark. No, we spiraled slowly through the inky darkness. People don't talk like this. Normal people don't talk like this. They don't talk in book speak.
Spiral through the ocean. And we descended through the shades of light until we entered a world of utter darkness, a complete absence of light, as you're aware. And during that descent, we would see various phosphorescent creatures in the inky blackness.
Nobody says inky blackness in real
all
life.
systems were off except basically a couple LED lights and the little laptop that they were using to send text messages to the surface. So we basically free fell. I believe it was for 2.5 hours. I don't recall the exact timeline, but it was a few hours. And because we were spiraling slowly through the void, we were off course and we were caught in the currents and we were in this kind of unusual attitude. So when we were approaching the bottom of the seabed, we received a text message. And again, communications were very erratic. We would lose comms, which was not unusual because of the different, climactic zones in the ocean. It was hard to get signals, but it would come in and out. But we received a text message that we were off course. So at that juncture, we were all discussing all these things together jointly. We decided to throw the thrusters on and correct our course and make our way towards what we believed was the bow. Now you have to remember that the Titan only has a sonar that can go out about 100 yards. So when you're at the bottom, you're basically operating in the blind until you actually get within 100 yards of anything. So you could actually go down and completely miss the Titanic because it's such a vast area.
Well, we are within 100 meters of a super chat. So, Balonabong, how you doing? It's been a minute. Good to see you here. Balonabong with the $5. Yar, he wishes he be Jules Verne. Exactly. 20,000 leagues under the sea.
So, but we were given a heading by the mothership, and we then threw on the port thruster. And when we fired the starboard thruster, it failed to activate. And as everyone in this board, I'm sure, is well aware, electronics, salt water, and extremely intense pressure they're just not always well, they're not compatible at all. So the starboard thruster failed, and we realized that all we could do was spin around in circles, like making right turns.
You spin me
at
right
this juncture,
round, right round.
Well, obviously we weren't going to be able to navigate to the Titanic. So the decision was made to jettison our weights. And there were a number of weights. There were the sandbags that were attached. There were also the pipe weights. And the pipe weights were released mechanically by rocking the Titan back and forth. And we dropped, I believe, 3 of the 4. The 4th one got stuck, so we couldn't get it off. So it took us,
of course it did,
probably 20 minutes before we actually saw a perceptible rate of ascent that, other than maybe just a couple feet. And then we began ascending, and again, I'm just, these are just very approximate timelines, because I don't exactly remember, but I think it was 3 hours, 3.5 hours to come up to the surface. But it was quite a while. But we came up. No, we weren't making much time, so we left the port thruster on, and then we began making long spiraling turns, or just long turns to the right during the ascent. So I think we did speed up. So, and I don't remember how long it was. It seemed like a long time, but we got up and got back on the platform, and they filled the tanks. We came up, and then we had to tow it back to St. John for repairs. And the decision was made by Stockton not to put it back on the ship because of the damage that had been sustained on the previous time to take it on deck. So the decision was made to tow it at about 5 to 8 knots.
Since you paid to go to the Titanic, did you get reimbursed since you didn't make it to the Titanic?
No, I did not. I don't believe there was any provision to be reimbursed, but Stockton made it clear that if you did not get to the Titanic, you would get another opportunity. And eventually, and I can't say I was overjoyed that I went that year and didn't get to the Titanic, but as it turned out, I went back the next year, so I had 2 expeditions basically for the price of one. And you have to remember that this was all in the service of an experimental vessel. Titan or Stockton was not necessarily fascinated by the Titanic. What he was trying to do was create a paradigm where he could take people and resources into the abyss, and the Titanic served as this iconic destination that people would pay to go to and help him perfect his technology. I mean, that's really what this was about.
Didn't work.
Did I answer your question?
You did. Thank you.
Just go ahead and say abyss one more time. Lancelot 652 has been a member for 2 months. Thank you so much for the support. Why on God's green earth would you not use every bolt? Because they're stupid. That's why. They're lucky nobody caught one of those sheared off bolts. Yeah, I caught it right in the grill. Yeah, that's kind of basically why you don't use all 18 of your bolts. You just use 4 because you're stupid. CRC Duster, member for 2 months. Stay a while and listen. Good Deckard Cain reference there. Sit a while and listen. Jennifer with the 5 pounds. Jeff, I've solved it. It was a Kraken that did it. Okay. That would be more interesting, but unfortunately, I think it was just stupidity. The Titanic was the lure. Thank you. Exactly. Titanic equals marketing hook. Mm-hmm.
Moving to the Titanic expedition in
Whoa, cow level. I
2022.
forgot about cow
According
level.
to the dive logs provided by OceanGate, you completed a successful Titanic wreck site dive on the Titan on July 15th, 2022. which we labeled as dive 80. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Upon surfacing on dive 80, a loud bang was heard. Do you recall witnessing that?
Do I recall hearing it?
Yes.
Yes, certainly.
Can you please describe what you heard?
A big bang.
Well, we were ascending, and I don't recall the depth. I think we were fairly close to the surface, but we were still underwater, and there was just a large bang or cracking sound. And of course, sonic events in a submersible are alarming. So we were all concerned that
sonic events,
maybe there was a crack in the hull. But it turned out that
maybe there was a
upon
hedgehog
inspection after we got on the ship, that the body of the fuselage of the Titan had just jumped in its carriage. So there was no damage.
Did anyone check the real-time monitoring system screen inside the submersible to see if there was any indication by the system that something went wrong?
Of course.
And do you remember witnessing, or is there anything that showed that something went wrong inside?
No, not that I know of. I mean, no one read any data that caused them concern. We were all concerned by the sonic event, but we didn't detect anything on the monitor.
During the debrief, was this loud bang discussed by any OceanGate employees?
It must have been, but I really don't recall it. We went out and looked to see what had happened, and I think we determined what had happened. I'm sure it was, but I don't remember discussing it.
Prior to what you were told for the reason for the loud bang, were there any discussions about the possibilities for the loud bang?
Well, yeah, obviously the concern was that maybe the hull had cracked.
Do you know what investigation was done into the cause of the bang? What specifically was looked at?
Well, we physically determined that the fuselage had jumped in the carriage, so that was the logical inference, and there was no sign. I believe at some point, I was not present for the inspection, but I believe the fairings were removed and the hull was inspected, but we had already we had determined to reasonable degree of satisfaction that the hull had jumped in the carriage.
And did anyone ever present to you the real-time monitoring system data that was taken off afterwards?
No, in fairness to OceanGate, I wouldn't have had any clue what I was looking at anyway.
I'm only a mission
At the time,
specialist.
did you have concerns about the noise?
Well, yeah, you're in a submersible and there's a loud bang. You would have to be brain dead not to be somewhat concerned.
Attention, Renetta Rojas, you are brain dead, according to this guy. Rojas, she was like, "Hey, oh no, it was so quiet. You could hear a pin drop. It was just there was no problems. Yeah, it was a little bang, but there was no problem. There was never any worry. It was okay." He's just called you brain dead, Ms. Rojas. Yep. I like this guy. He knows he paid for his adventure. He knows he's got more money than just about anybody here, or maybe all of us combined. I don't know. He knows he was there just a paying passenger who was, again, living out a fantasy of being Jacques Cousteau or somebody like that, or Jules Verne or Captain Ahab or Captain Nemo or one of the old sea captains of myth and legend. He knows. And he's like, yeah, all right, I paid. Sometimes I got scared shitless. So I like this guy. He's so brash that, smoothing things over, kind of, taking the edge off a few things, softening a few things. It's not even entering his head. I like this guy. I like him. And he just called Rojas brain dead.
When they told you what the reason was, were your concerns, were you no longer concerned?
I was satisfied by the explanation.
Do you know if anybody else on board voiced concerns about the noise you heard?
On board the Titan?
The Titan or the Horizon Arctic or any Ocean Gate
Oh,
employees?
say Rojas. Say Rojas whined like a bitch. Say it. Say it.
Oh, I remember it was widely discussed, and so there was a level of concern. I wasn't all that concerned myself. I mean, I'd finished my dive, so it wasn't, I wasn't really that focused on it. So I apologize. I probably wasn't paying that much attention.
Would you have felt safe going down to depth again after that loud bang?
Well, that's an interesting question. Anyone that felt safe going to depths in the Titan was deluded or delusional. I mean, it was an experimental vessel. It was clear that it was dangerous. And anyone that wanted to go was either delusional if they thought it wasn't dangerous, or they were just embracing the sense of risk. I mean, it's kind of like jumping out of an airplane. I mean, you don't do it because it's safe. You do it because it's an adrenaline rush.
This guy is so honest. I love him.
Going back down again. I mean,
and that was what Ms. Rojas's deal was. She embraced. I like the way he put that. Embraced the risk. He's talking in book talk, but sometimes it's good. She embraced the risk. She said that we knew we could die. We didn't know it was a risk, so we took it, and I take it again.
That we weren't going down in search of safety. We were going down in search of adventure and exploration.
What was your overall impression of the safety culture at Ocean Gate?
What safety culture?
The way I would describe, Stockton Rush was a very interesting individual, and he was a brilliant man. He was an inventor, was an aeronautical engineer, had flown experimental airplanes, had built an experimental submersible. So this was a man who was engaged in high risk endeavors and was comfortable with a level of risk that most people would not tolerate. At the same time, Stockton made a very conscious and astute effort to maintain a perceptible culture of safety around a high risk environment. And by that, I mean, there was a very detailed set of steps taken to abort a dive. For instance, we had, what we call anomalies, which were seemingly minor events that had no real significant bearing, but if just some little issue that popped up, if there were a certain number of anomalies, it constituted a strike, or if there was a major, something that you would consider more major impact, that could constitute a strike on its own. If you got the 3 strikes, they aborted the dive. Anyone on the ship, including the cook, had the ability to say that we're aborting the dive for whatever reason they thought. So I'm not sure
we're aborting the dive.
how
The
to
souffles
better illuminate that reality for you, but other than to say that it was a high risk endeavor in which a dedicated attempt was made to adhere to a culture of safety.
You used the term perception of safety. So it was your opinion that
It wasn't a safe, this was not, it was not safe diving in the Titan, and it was never supposed to be safe.
Whoa, time the fuck out there. What? It wasn't safe to be in the Titan, and it was never meant to be safe? Oh, sir, I beg to differ. I beg to differ with you. He's being a little grandiose here, I think. I believe what he meant to say was there's always a risk involved in deep sea diving, in extreme depth deep sea diving. It's never perfectly safe, but I think that's what he was trying to say, was it's not perfectly safe. There's always going to be some risk. But yeah, to say, it wasn't safe, that wasn't the best thing to say. It's supposed to be safe. My Jeep is safe-ish. It's as safe as it can be. It's safe, but driving to work every day is a risk. My building's elevator is safe. but there's always a risk it can plummet to the bottom. But to say, no, my elevator's not safe. It was never meant to be safe. He seriously cannot be saying, oh, hell no, this was a death trap. And it was always meant to be a death trap. Phrasing.
Phrasing.
And if it was safe, then you might as well just get in a trolley car and ride around town. But it wasn't supposed to be safe.
What the
Thank
hell?
you. That concludes my questions.
That concludes my questions. Wow. Gosh. Wasn't expecting that last few sentences from President Ford here. Good grief. No, he wasn't a fanboy. He's an adrenaline junkie. He's a thrill seeker. That's like you said, you embrace the fear, you go looking for the danger. If it wasn't dangerous, I wouldn't want to be there. I would just drive a trolley around the city. Yeah, he's the adrenaline junkie. So he's doing the opposite. He's doing the opposite of what Rojas was doing. She was minimizing everything. He seems to be kind of exaggerating a lot of it. Yeah, it was so dangerous, but I'm a man, and I took that risk and I survived. He's as far as I still think Dave. I still think that David. His name just Lockhart. That wasn't Lockhart. Dang it! What the hell was his name? It wasn't Lockerbie. That was a terrible incident. Lockridge. Yeah, I still think David Lockridge was far and away the best witness. But as far as the the non-experts, he's a great witness. Because he's brash. He's embracing the danger. He's embracing the risk, and he wants to make it look like he did something super cool.
Lieutenant Commander Emmons now has questions for you.
Good morning, Mr. Hagen.
Good morning.
How did the payments work for your dives as a mission specialist? Like, did you write a check? Did you wire? Who did you write the check out to? How did that work?
Well, I certainly didn't write a check. I believe. I don't remember who we sent the money to, but I received an email giving me directions on where to wire the funds. I forwarded the email to one of my secretaries, and she wired the funds. I don't remember. I don't even remember exactly how much it was, but it was wired to, and I don't remember who we wired it to. I assume it was the Ocean Gate, but I honestly don't know.
How rich do you have to be just to go, I don't know who we paid. I don't know how we paid it. I don't even know how much it was, but I went there, damn it. And we know it's like at least $250,000. I don't know how much it was or who sent it or how it got there or how, I don't know. But we sent it.
That was just an incidental thing to me. I wasn't paying that much attention.
$250,000.
Were you aware of a refund policy at Ocean Gate?
God.
You briefly mentioned
It's an
it.
incidental thing. You don't have to pay
from
attention
what
to it.
You were told the refund policy was?
I'm not aware of a refund policy.
Were you ever required to get a physical or a medical exam before your dives with Ocean Gate?
I was asked to get a physical.
And did you conduct the physical?
Yes.
And did you have to show them proof of that physical?
Ooh, interesting question.
I mean, my memory's not exactly clear. I believe
John
that
Ferguson from
emailed
Wentworth
them
doing the
a
questioning.
physical report, but again, I'm a little foggy. I'm getting old. You'll have to excuse me.
You're getting rich.
You had stated earlier that you conducted some training with Ocean Gate members.
Yes.
Lieutenant Steele, can you pull up Coast Guard Exhibit 101, which this is the 2023 Mission Specialist Crew Agreement. But I just want to see if you were provided with a similar document. And please go to page 5.
This guy
You ever provided a similar document?
I was going to say, this guy looks like one of those guys that wanders around the house wearing a cowboy hat. And then I stopped and went, oh, never mind. For reasons.
And we can scroll to the top so you can read the title if it looks familiar, but
Oops.
it's basically a crew agreement that they sent to the mission specialists.
I'm sure it looks familiar, but I probably just gave it a cursory review.
And you're on page 5. Okay. Under there on this second paragraph, I believe. There we go. Thank you. It states, I understand that as a member of the expedition crew, I will need to complete substantial training prior to the start of the expedition, up to 14 hours depending on prior maritime experience. Did you receive or conduct similar amount of time training?
Mr. Neubauer, is this a document that we've established Mr. Hagen would have seen? I believe this is 2023 expedition mission agreement.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
So that's the lawyer for OceanGate asking the question. And while we've got you, this captive audience, while we've got you trapped into a submersible with 4 of the 18 bolts locked in place, we got a couple things to do here. One is to read Kyle Cowden's $5 super chat. I was airborne and career firefighter. Those are calculated and well-trained risks. This is insane. It's not supposed to be safe. Yeah, I'm going for the he misspoke, but then again, like he tends to try to exaggerate it a bit, I feel. Yeah, but you're an actual cowboy. Well, here's that difference, but I sort of felt like I was attacking myself, just from a fashion sense point of view. And we're at 551 views and 402 likes. I promised that at the end of yesterday's show, I was supposed to drink a shot of absinthe, and I forgot, and I left it on the table. So and I said if we got to 400 likes, I would consume the beverage. So this is yesterday's absinthe that has just been sitting on the desk for, what are they looking about 20 hours? Ew. All right, but I promised. Cheers. Thanks for yesterday, and here's to today. It just tastes like black licorice. All the alcohol has evaporated off. It just tastes like black licorice. That was pretty good. Yum. All right, back to the show.
I asked if he saw a similar agreement.
Okay, but
Right, and he said he doesn't recall, and he hasn't read it. So maybe we can ask if he recalls this.
Yes, and I think to frame it, sort of this is a later document for 2023. If you want to take a moment to review it and then say if it looks familiar.
I just read it. Yeah, I recall that we were to receive training. Now, in terms of, you mean training, well, it says prior to the start of the expedition. Correct. So we received training on site, obviously, but prior to the start of the expedition, we held a series of kind of like webinars or Zoom calls. And in 2021, we were still under COVID protocols, especially in Canada. So these were all done remotely. And, and I don't recall how long they were, maybe 90 minutes each. And I believe they were actually recorded. So there was a series of those type of things. They sent us a bunch of documentation that we did, I did read through. I didn't dwell on it extensively. It wasn't, it wasn't like that all that illuminating. It was just
we don't need no stinking literature
and common sense type of directives. But I did skim through it. So there was a level of training. I have no idea whether it constituted 14 hours.
Thank you.
So, sir, just to clarify too, are you saying that training agreement you just read is similar to the one you had seen previously, but you can't match it exactly? So.
It looks familiar. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Did you attend any testing of the Titan in the Bahamas?
I did not.
You stated also earlier that you were aware the Titan was an experimental submersible, but were you aware that the Titan wasn't classed or tested or registered? Was that ever brought up to you?
I was well aware of that. And there were no protocols in place, as I understand it, to test a cylindrical carbon fiber fuselage for deep ocean diving. So I don't believe there was any facility to actually test it at that level. So Stockton, and again, this is my understanding, Stockton would have had to create the whole testing protocol in order to test his own ship.
Did he ever go over the testing protocol that he conducted with you?
Only conversationally. And I don't recall the exact conversation, but I mean, I'm certainly was aware of their previous dives and you know, I discussed it with PH and Stockton at length, and no one tried to deceive me that this was a safe or easy operation, but you know, I was comfortable going down with them.
I'm going to kind of move to the Titanic Expedition 2021. Again, I know we briefly talked about that with Lieutenant Commander Williams. As discussed, you were on that test dive to the Titanic wreck site for dive 62 on July 3rd, 2021. The dive that only descended to 1,700 meters. When did you pay to be a part of that dive? What year?
I believe it was within 6 months of the launch date. So it was, I approached, it was in the first quarter of 2021 because I approached Dave around Christmas, New Year's, and told him I wanted to go, and he connected me with OceanGate. So it would have been in the first quarter of 2021.
And what was the purpose again of that dive? It's listed as a systems test. What were they testing, to your awareness?
They were testing to make sure the Titan could go to depth.
Lieutenant Steele, can you pull up Coast Guard Exhibit 052, which is the dive log and maintenance log, and go to page 2.
Ooh, I hope this is one of these. Are you aware all of
But
this
we'll
was
try to
wrong?
zoom in to dive 62. And on the right, as Lieutenant Commander Williams stated, it states that there was a loss of the starboard thrusters. Can you scroll down to page 14?
Wait, port battery
This
dropped? What
is
the hell was that?
Page 14, this is part of the maintenance log section.
That will never not be my favorite thing. Incident: forward dome fell off. That will never not be my favorite thing about this report. Forward dome fell off.
And if you look under dive 62 on July 3rd, 2021, there are several issues listed. Some are dive critical. And that was the dive you were on, correct? Dive 62 on the 3rd of July.
Yes.
I'm just going to read them for the record. It states incident, external hull HPA valve set in the wrong position for the dive. Starboard control pod failed at 1,700 meters after pop sound heard, 0 vacuum, 0 temp, green water alarm. 2 drop weights jammed in the starboard channel. Number 1 and number 3 acoustic sensors have extreme and unusual events, thousands of hits with 5,000 to 6,000 levels only. All other sensors appear normal. Dome hinge retention plate bent, DVL intermittent, external lights flickering and drawing 14 amps, pan and tilt not functional.
Oh, good.
Port battery will not turn on.
Oh, good.
Rear axis camera mount broken, and sub comes off the platform in a rough launch. Were you aware?
Those are all incidents from one single dive. That's all the stuff that went wrong on one single doink.
Aware of all these incidents during your dive or after your dive?
Well, I had forgotten that they had an acoustic event down below, but yeah, that does ring a bell now that I'm looking at it.
So I'll ask you to go into that acoustic event, but I'm going to ask Lieutenant Steele to keep this up on the screen and have you.
And we have our own acoustic event here. Screaming Mimi Sue is our newest member of the Clean and Sober crew. Welcome aboard. I hope you stick around and enjoy our channel for a long time to come as a member. That's awesome. And Lancelot 652 with the $5. So we have the Ocean Gate simp and the adrenaline junkie. Were any of the quote mission specialists normal? Is anybody that would pay $250,000 to go down into the Titanic normal? Yeah, well, that's for you all to decide subjectively.
Go through these from your point of view as a passenger when you're inside the submersible. Can you kind of take us through these incidents and what they look like to you from inside the submersible? You had already talked about the thrusters.
Yeah. Well, and I talked about the weights being jammed. We couldn't get them off. The acoustic sensors. Yeah. And now that I'm looking at it, I do recall, I mean, they were all discussing everything that was happening in a group setting. I didn't necessarily understand the nomenclature they were referring to, but I recall concerns with the acoustic sensor at depth.
Do you know Death Trap? Are you familiar with Death Trap? Is that a nomenclature you're familiar with? Does Death Trap mean anything to you?
And the dome hinge retention plate, and I don't recall that. The DVL intermittent, I don't recall. The external lights flickering, yeah, I remember that. The pan and tilt, yeah, we had issues with that. We had issues with the battery. And no, that was the other mission. We had issues with the scrubber, but I think that was 2022. I don't remember the camera being broken.
What issues could you possibly have with the
rough
scrubber?
launch.
If you remember, the air scrubber was a plastic container tub from Home Depot with a ceiling with a computer fan stuck in it to circulate air. It looks like Strawberry is having an acoustic event as well. She has brought a pet bottle. All right.
We talked about, yeah, and I mean, I recall most of those.
Did any of that cause you any concern while you were inside the submersible at the time?
Well, there wasn't anything I could do about it. I mean, we just had to get back to the surface. And I wasn't unduly, there was a level of concern. I just figured we'd sort it out and return to the surface.
How did the acoustic sensors and the monitoring, was there like a screen inside that they pulled up? Like, what did that look like?
I believe it was on the laptop screen, but again, I didn't understand what I was looking at. So, to ask me to explain what they were talking about it was all over my head. I knew that they were monitoring the whole, but I believe it was on a laptop or an iPad or something.
I'm a mission specialist.
Yesterday, we heard witness testimony from another mission specialist. They described the hull to be very quiet on dives. Was that your experience
Is
as
she
well?
full of shit?
Generally.
The pop sound that's listed there in the second item. Did you hear that sound?
Yeah, we've had a couple, pop. The one up top was the loud and alarming one, but yeah, there were a couple noises.
And this, just to
They had hats.
differentiate, that was
Maybe
on
they had
dive
hats, not
80,
t-shirts.
This was on dive 62. Was there another? It says that 1700
Oh,
meter
yeah,
vector pop sound.
I don't recall any loud sounds on 62. No, it was the only loud one was on the 2022 mission.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down, Lieutenant Steele. Thank you. Did any employees of Ocean Gate or past employees ever bring up safety concerns to you?
Safety concerns regards the operation of the Titan.
The operation or the construction of the Titan?
Well, I never personally met David Lockridge, who was the main critic, but I was aware of him, and I was aware of some of his concerns.
Theories.
I don't recall specifically talking to Ocean Gate employees that had concerns that were expressed to me in any really coherent fashion. I mean, there were always general discussions, about the safety of the ship and making it a safer environment. But if I think what you're asking is, did somebody tell me that it wasn't structurally intact and I shouldn't get in it, and that never happened.
How were you made aware of the concerns from Mr. Lockridge?
He wanted to be an inventor. He wanted to be an innovator.
I believe David Kincannon filled me in on that reality. He knew David, and he knew of the past issues.
Can you kind of go through that conversation with Mr. Concanon about that?
I don't recall the exact context of the conversation. It was just a conversation about the evolution of the Titan. And I don't even remember when that conversation was. But yeah, I do remember talking about his concerns. And also one of the elements of that discussion was that most of the concerns that were articulated by that group of people that wrote the letter, that was a previous iteration of the Titan. And some of those concerns had been addressed in the construction of the Titan that I was on. So, you have to clarify, as I'm sure you're well aware, that a lot of the complaints that David Lockridge had and that the panel had when they wrote were about the previous iteration of, previous submersible. And some of those issues were tested and corrected in the construction of the Titan.
Was there ever a time you were on a dive in the Titan that you ever felt unsafe?
I mean, it goes back to the original mandate. I mean, it wasn't supposed to be safe. It was supposed to be a thrilling adventure. So in a broad sense, I didn't feel completely safe at any time, but I never felt personally that I was. Well, we got stuck momentarily in the Titanic, but with Stockton, but he was absolutely unflappable, and I was sitting at his right shoulder, and I'd asked him to go around where the brake was, and we had, for a few moments, we had gotten stuck, and I said, and he was very quiet, and he was working the controls, and did I say Stockton? I meant PH. And I leaned over and I said, PH, it seems that we're stuck. And he says, yes, Fred, we are. And then he got it out, and we went on, and I tried to reach the stern element. So yeah, and that moment, I don't think, that, in fact, everyone.
What about controller throwing?
At that point wanted to go back to the surface, but I prevailed upon PH to making a shot for the stern, which we attempted to do until Wendy got concerned about what we were up to and told us to come up immediately. So I answered your question.
And can we just, for clarification, which dive was that on?
That was the 2022 dive.
Dive 80?
I'm sorry?
Dive 80 in
Yes,
2022.
yes.
And who was on that dive again with you? I know you just said PH was on that dive with you. But...
Well, PH was on both my dives, and Scott Griffith was the pilot during the free fall, and during the ascent, PH took over flying in the nose when we were actually at the wreck site. And we were accompanied by two other mission specialists, the father and son, Colin and Richard Talon out of St. John's.
Can you kind of tell us about your relationship with Mr. Rush? What was that like?
Sorry.
I really liked
can't joke
Stockton
about it.
and had a lot of respect for him. Like I said, he was a brilliant visionary. He was an inventor. He had this idea of exploring the deep and colonizing it, and leading humanity into the last great frontier. And I admired him. We did occasionally have differences on certain things that I discussed with him, and for someone who was a risk taker, I got the impression he thought I was a bit of a troublemaker, not in a negative way, just kind of a carefree, tongue-in-cheek individual who enjoyed the process maybe more than I should. But so the one year at the end of the day, gave a bunch of awards out, and of course I was awarded the Troublemaker Award. So
interesting.
We got along fairly well, but I also was well aware that there were times that I tested Stockton's patience.
those moments that you tested as patients, were those while you were in a submersible, or can you kind of go into that?
No, it was just, it was just breaking rules, the standard rules on the ship.
That you were breaking rules?
Yeah, we'll just, yes.
And when you say the ship, are you talking the support vessel or the Titan?
The support vessel.
Mr. Neubauer, that's all the questions I have.
Okay, that was short.
Thank you. Sir, we've been going over an hour. Would you like to take a quick break at this time?
If anyone up there needs a break, feel free. Otherwise, you're at your disposal.
Okay. I'll just do my line and then we'll take a break, sir. I just have some follow-ups from the initial 2 rounds of questioning. First, going back to the incident involving the dome, sir, did you observe the incident as the dome fell off?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall which side of the dome was on the deck of the vessel?
The outside.
What?
And did the dome slide down the ramp? A short distance, and I got
Okay,
stuck.
yeah, all right, that did make sense.
I actually have a picture of it on my phone.
Oh, yes, sir. I'd like to get that after the proceedings, to the board, if you don't mind.
Sure.
And the picture you have, is it of the dome stuck on the ramp?
Yes, I was on deck, I was on board when it blew off, but then afterwards I got out in the little Zodiac, and I took a picture from the Zodiac, and it's looking right up the ramp, and you see the dome laying on the ramp.
And sir, just to clarify, it was I think you said face down, is that it wasn't on the ring side, but on the front of the dome?
It was the exterior of the dome. Yeah, it fell forward, and it bounced and got stuck.
Lovely.
I mean, it weighed 3,500 pounds. It wasn't easy to move. So
yes, sir.
It didn't flop around.
How did they recover that? Do you remember?
I believe they had a crane on board, so they basically rigged it and lifted it up and reset it. And then that's why the next dive was supposed to be basically a test to make sure that everything worked. And I insisted on going.
And along that line, sir, who made the call that you shouldn't go on the dive?
Well, they allowed me on the dive. I'm not sure I follow your question.
I'm sorry, I'll rephrase. Who made the initial call that you shouldn't, as a mission specialist, be part of that dive?
Well, Stockton, I think, made a very logical decision that they should do it with their inner team. And, when PH wasn't going to be left out of that, and Scott was the co-pilot. So that was
as Scott
the
is my
team that was going
co-pilot
to descend. And I prevailed upon him to let me participate.
In your opinion, was Mr. Rush the final authority for safety issues?
In my opinion, yes.
All right.
Did you ever have a discussion about the U.S. Coast Guard with Mr. Rush?
The U.S. Coast Guard.
Yeah, the guys that are talking to you now.
Did the U.S. Coast Guard ever come up in any discussions with Mr. Rush?
Probably, but I don't recall. I mean, the Canadian Coast Guard stormed aboard the ship in 2021, armed with AR-14s, body armor, and sidearms. And I still don't understand what they were after. Maybe to check and see if we were wearing our mask or something. But I have no
Oh my
idea what
God,
they were
he
doing,
went there.
Why they were heavily armed with body armor? But four of them came ashore when we returned from the mission where we lost our thruster. I mean, came on board. But that was the Canadians. I'm sure he talked about the U.S. Coast Guard. But
Well, that was a story. I want to hear
I'm
more
sure it'd be
about
very
that.
Entertaining if I remember what he said, but I don't remember.
And sort of clarify the record for the record, are you familiar with the Canadian maritime structure? Are you sure that was the Canadian Coast Guard?
No, I'm not familiar with their structure, but I would assume that if they had body armor and AR-15s, they were a fairly significant element.
Did you have this conversation
just
with
for the
them when
record,
they
the
boarded the ship? Did you have this conversation?
Look at me, sure.
Look at me. Sure. I'm the captain now.
Did you have that conversation?
Coast Guard is a civilian force that is just search and rescue, and so
Okay.
that it's probably another Canadian authority.
It very well may be. Whoever came on, and I thought it was the Coast Guard. They were heavily armed, which was startling. I don't think that has any bearing on this hearing. I just mentioned it in passing. I thought it was the Coast Guard.
Canadian pirates.
Sir, going back to dive 80, you mentioned that the Titan was entangled for a short period of time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Maybe
Do you
it was
remember
the
what
German
the
Coast
Titan was
Guard?
entangled with?
Yes, for my own reasons, I wanted to investigate. The ship broke in half, and normally everybody wants to see the iconic bow shot or the recognizable components, which I wanted to see as well. And we kind of descended a little bit into the grand staircase because the skylight was gone, and so we saw all the normal iconic sites, and I wanted to investigate the area of the rupture, and I asked PH to get back. And of course, there's a lot of current swirling around, and we briefly got stuck. It was just like pipes and things, and PH very quickly. When I say stuck, we weren't stuck. I doubt if it was more than a minute or two. And we were definitely stuck. Yeah.
We were stuck, but we weren't stuck, but we were
Clarify,
definitely
the
stuck.
Titan was entangled with the wreckage of the Titanic. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Do you remember what part of the Titan was entangled?
I think we just snagged one of the skids on some pipe or something. I don't think it was that big of a deal, but yeah, we were. I mean, obviously, when you're down there, it feels like a big deal. PH certainly wasn't overly concerned, and he very quickly piloted the Titan away from and released it.
Thank you, sir. Those are the extent of my questions. Before we transition to the National Transportation Safety Board, I'd like to take a recess.
Sure.
And we'll reconvene at 9:50.
Also a 6 minute. We're gonna take a 6 minute break here. So let's put them in their place down here. Where's the here we go. That's what we need to do. Yoda's dreaming. Aw. You're dreaming, little Yoda. Oh. Wow. All right. I like this guy. He's certainly not downplaying events. This is a fascinating comparison between him and Rojas's testimony. Rojas was there was a loud noise, but it was no big deal. He's like, yeah, there was a loud bang, and it was dangerous. Dear God, it was dangerous. We were concerned, but we were men. We handled the danger. So I like that. I like this contrast between the two. The oversimplifying, the kind of sweeping things under the carpet, and the emphasizing of the risk and the danger, which you probably shouldn't be doing here, but I like that. He's supposed to be going for when's the let me look at the schedule here. He is scheduled to go until for about another 30 minutes. And an hour at 9:45 Eastern, which is about 50 minutes from now, will be the next witness, Mr. David Dyer. And David Dyer is the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab guy. And they were the people that Rush kept saying, the University of Washington and the Applied Physics Lab is working together with us closely on this. And they said, well, not quite that closely. In fact, we generally don't want to have anything to do with you except for a few things. So that's going to be an interesting deal where we get to hear why they weren't as closely associated with them as they thought they might be. Shizzy said, "Good day, Jeff." Well, hey, Shiz, are you here? Do we have a Shizzy sighting? Do we? Let me see what's going on here. No, he said it from somewhere else, I guess. No F's given, exactly. He's got that kind of John Wayne vibe. Yeah, I would say, yeah, he wants to be the important guy. He wants to be the man. We took on these risks. We were so brave to even get in this craft, and we survived. He made the he made a reference to a famous quote. He didn't go down the line of the quote, but the quote is that a ship is perfectly safe in harbor, but that's not what ships were built for. It's the take a risk thing. He loved the dangerous part. He wanted to be the undersea Davy Crockett. And yes, he did mention AR-14s. What? Oh, wait, we had a. What's this? We're talking about Laura Ingalls. Interesting thing was when they finally had John Sheridan's wife on the show. It was played by the actor's real wife who previously played Laura Ingalls. Oh, okay. I don't know what you're talking about. I thought we were talking about Little House on the Prairie, but you're not. You're talking about something completely. Chat. You guys like talk about things that I'm just not even involved in. I don't even know what you're talking about. We just nicely asked the Titanic to release us, and then we were on our way. We do have a couple of super chats here. Well, we have 2 super chats. Yeah, it's Richard Powell with the $2. Surrogate Stockton, he carries the same attitude. Perhaps the same attitude. I can see that. We have extreme close up with the dog here. Let's zoom back out. Ooh, let's zoom back in and out. And back in again. Good morning, sleepyhead. Did you have a nice nap? I mean, there definitely is the same hubris, but I think it comes from a different place. Stockton was I want to be the innovator. I want to be the inventor. I want my name to be associated with amazing developments and advances in technology. Whereas this guy's like, yeah, I just want to. I have the hubris of knowing that I'm doing horribly risky things all the time, and I will always come out alive. Richard Powell with the $5 says Morgan makes niche cars with wood frames. They're lightweight, retro shape, cause lift at high speed, innovative, sure, sensible. Well, no. Fair enough. That's a pretty good example. Yeah, the guy is more of a thrill seeker, is there? And yeah, that's kind of probably something that happens when you just have FU money laying around. Where you're like, okay, you're no longer satisfied with normal experiences. So, you have to start going out and looking for the risks. Me, I'm perfectly happy just being normal. Don't have any desire to jump out of an airplane. Bungee jumping, I think people need to have their heads examined. I'm perfectly happy just, playing it safe. We should be back any minute now, I think. When did they say they would be back? Baby, come back. I guess we can fast forward, huh? I was thinking, duh. I forgot we're watching. We need to.
Yes, sir.
We're going to bump this up to 1.25 speed.
I mean, I may be.
Oh, dang it! It
overblowing
did
the
this thing
whole
again.
Experience. I mean,
All right.
They had a skid stuck.
We're
for
8 minutes
a minute,
out.
Maybe
I'm
it wasn't.
going to
a big
spend some
deal,
time
maybe.
over the weekend and find out why it
I'm
cuts
sure it was
my
discussed, I
audio
don't
out
remember.
sometimes. So let's do that. Let's bounce out. Let's bounce back in. Enter the dragon. All right, we have our audio. And we need to go to about the -8 mark when they reconvene. And let's share the screen.
Was that reported to topside, to the Horizon
Oop.
Arctic?
All right, now we'll go to 600%. If you didn't hear that, he just said the incident on the Titanic was that reported topside, and he hasn't answered the question yet. Let me boost this up to 600% audio so we can barely hear it. Coast Guard, spend some money. Spend some of our tax money, our U.S. taxpayer money, and buy a mixer. Buy an audio mixer from somewhere. All right, here we go.
You mean when we got stuck?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I may be overblowing the whole experience. I mean, we had a skid stuck for a minute, maybe. It wasn't a big deal. And I'm
see, he just admitted it. Maybe I overblow things a bit. He just admitted to exaggerating. This horrible accident, just trying to, we just got our skid stuck for a couple of seconds. We're good. There you go.
sure it was discussed. I don't remember.
I really want one of these
Was
chairs.
there a
Those chairs look
discussion
really comfortable
after the mission was over, topside?
I don't remember.
At this time, I'd like to go to Mr. Muse.
Good morning again, sir. I just have a few follow-ups. Do you hold a merchant mariner's credential from the United States or any other country?
He said no.
I do not. You said mariner credentials?
Yes, sir.
No, I don't.
When you entered Canada, did you enter as a tourist or as a seafarer?
In 2021, I entered as a mission specialist.
But what does that mean?
Were you instructed to tell customs or immigration on your role on the what you're doing there, either as a tourist or some other function?
Yeah, I was told to tell them that I was participating in the mission and that I was a member of the team that was going to go down on the submersible, which was correct. I mean, I was also a paying mission specialist, or as you say, a tourist. I did not use the word tourist to the Canadians because I did not think it would be conducive to them allowing me to enter the country, especially with their onerous and anal interpretation of COVID protocols.
During the
he was trying to make fun of Canada and just burned Ocean Gate hard with that one. There is no doubt now that these were tourists, mission specialists, my ass. And again, these guys are very good at asking these questions, innocuous softball questions that actually have deep, impactful answers. He just said, yeah, we were tourists, but we didn't tell them that, which means they should have been treated as passengers, which means that they should have had all the required certifications and inspections and registrations. So you just these little throwaway answers can have a pretty big impact on the results of their findings and recommendations for future requirements. I would guess there's going to be a lot of recommendations coming from this. See, that's an interesting question that I just forgot about. Seafarers chat. Crewmen will normally have what's called a seaman's passport. It's basically a book that says I'm a seafarer. These are the licenses and the rankings I hold, and I'm on a ship, and it has all the stamps and things. Clearly, they didn't have the seaman's passports. AR-14 is Canada, probably airsoft. Thank you, Kyle Cowden. Yeah, so that's pretty interesting. Alabama Rose, member for 24 months, says 2 years. Proud to be a member of the Vice Squad. Rose, thank you so much for being one of the OGs. You rock. He used his Explorer Club membership, higher level. Yeah, we heard all about the Explorer Club yesterday. Thank you so much, people, for the support.
The visit, or as you said, when they stormed aboard in 2021, was that? Do you know? Was that when you came back from a mission, or were you sitting there doing training, about to go on a mission?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat the first part?
When the Canadian authorities came on board.
Oh yes.
Was that? Were you sitting there waiting to go on a mission, or is that when you came?
No. That was when we returned and we towed the Titan back on the platform. We pulled into dock, and immediately 4 heavily armed individuals, came on board, much to my consternation. And I initially thought they'd finally caught up to me, but it turned out it was all just some perfunctory bureaucratic snafu. I mean, I to this day, have no idea what they were doing.
Okay, thank you for your time today, sir. I have no further questions.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to go to OceanGate for any questions, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hagen. Just one question. You mentioned the brief entanglement with the Titanic debris during dive 80. Was that intentional on the part of OceanGate?
No, it certainly wasn't intentional. It was completely my fault. Nobody's fault but mine. I was egging PH on, but it was not intentional, and it really was not a big deal. I don't want to overstate that at all.
So it went from this big deal to no, it was my fault and nothing. You know, it wasn't a thing. It was just a big deal. It was not the big deal. Come on, guy. I think it finally sunk in that was bad answer.
Mr. Fawcett, I understand you have a follow-up question.
Yes, sir. Thank you for being here today. My name is Keith Fawcett. So I just want to go back to dive 80. Who made the final determination on the cause of the loud noise that was observed when the Titan reached the surface?
Scott Griffith and Stockton were the two that were actually taking responsibility to investigate that, and they jointly made that determination.
Talking about the pre-dive checks, if you'll sit there for a minute and just think of yourself back in the Titan hull when you made those dives, was the process for the pre-dive checks an orderly process as if they were following a checklist or a procedure?
Yeah, it would be similar to the checklist you'd use on an airplane. You just go through and mark off things. And they were also talking, by radio, I believe, on the surface to people outside who were also responding, like they were checking off items on a checklist. I don't recall exactly what those items were. But yes, it did seem like an orderly process, and there was attention paid to any anomalies or incidents. And like I said, that's why out of 100 attempts, they only made 13 actual descents to the Titanic, because of the attempt to follow a protocol. And as soon as you got past their threshold of tolerance, they aborted.
During the missions that you were on, do you recall the pilot or OceanGate personnel inside the Titan saying that all of the real-time acoustic sensors were properly functioning as part of the pre-dive check?
I don't remember.
And then you mentioned getting stuck on the Titanic wreckage.
Well, I'm sorry I mentioned it, but yeah.
yeah. I guess you probably are sorry you mentioned it now. You should have, said, it wasn't a big deal to begin with. But you made it a big deal. You made it sound like you were a big, brave survivor of a collision with the Titanic, and you were on the verge of death. And now you're like, oh, well, it was nothing. Trust me.
Do you, prior to your dives,
how many people are smiling here, Fred?
Pardon me, that they had notified the Canadian or the United States Coast Guard of the mission or the expedition, so that they would be in a position to assist you if something like entanglement on wreckage or some other problem occurred on the ocean bottom?
No, but I did have clear conversations with at least PH and probably others. The conversation as related to me was that there are few assets on Earth capable of getting to depth, and that if something went wrong, that we were all going to die. And PH related that repeatedly. That was a common conversational thread, I think, on board, was that there were limited assets. They probably could not be organized logistically and scrambled in time to save anyone if something went wrong. And that was the paradigm that we had to be comfortable with.
did Ocean Gate ever tell you that they had notified potential contractors or other submersible operators of the expedition so that they would be ready in the event there was a problem in the vessel, the Titan was on the ocean bottom?
I don't recall that.
Must
Thank
rescue
you, sir.
dog. Hang on.
That's all I have, sir.
Oh, never mind.
Mr. Hagen, I have a question about your perception of Mr. Nargelet's role at Ocean Gate, or during the role during the excursions. Did you understand him to be an employee of Ocean Gate?
No, he was an employee of RMS Titanic, Inc.
And can you explain the process for the piloting on board for Dive 80? Like, was it either Mr. Griffiths or Mr. Nargelet?
Scott basically was in command during the free fall, which, there's not a whole lot to do other than free fall. When we got near the bottom, they moved the controller into the nose, and Scott was flying by referencing an onboard camera, an external camera. PH took over and did the visual flying by the wreck site. And I believe everyone was aware that PH was not an employee of Ocean Gate. He was there as an expert. He was, his nickname was Mr. Titanic, and
Mr.
and he was just
Titanic.
this warm, vital, extremely likable guy that you couldn't help but feel comfortable with, regardless of who you were. And he was a wonderful addition to the team. But when I say he wasn't an employee, I think everyone also viewed him as an integral part of the Ocean Gate team.
And was part of that to provide kind of a narration as a guide?
Oh yeah, he would definitely. PH was definitely a draw, and he was such a wonderful human being that he just added a special element to any mission that you were on with him, and even on board ship, he just he made it a pleasure to endure even the most mundane experiences.
But Nargelet was the real deal. He probably the world's leading
time,
foremost
are
authority
there
on the
any
Titanic.
final questions,
He is the real
Mr.
was the real deal.
Mr. Hagen, do you have anything that would be valuable to the board that we have not?
Tell us another
asked you?
story. Tell us a good story. Come on, tell us one more story before.
If I'm done, I'll just express my thoughts very briefly. I don't know if it's any value to anyone, but one of the concerns that I have is that the world at large viewed this from the outset as this disaster where somebody had to be blamed, and without access to the facts. So first off, I want to profoundly thank this board for your attempts to deliberate what happened in a calm manner and come to the facts in hopes of preventing a recurrence. At the same time, I think my worry is that the greater tragedy than the Ocean Gate tragedy is if we use this event to inhibit future innovation, and if the regulations derived from this may prevent that kind of innovative approach to the undersea world. The depths of the ocean are fundamental.
I, on the other hand, hope that it puts a damper on these cowboy fly-by-night bullshit operations like Stockton Rush was running. If you're gonna do it right. Talk to James Cameron. You think that didn't cost him a pretty damn penny to make his little sphere? Come on. If you watch any of the Maritime Monday shows that we do here on Mondays, and you've watched any of the accidents and things, you will notice that cost cutting, that money and cost cutting lead to a very, very large percentage of disasters. If you're going to do something, do it right, pay the money. And I hope that comes out of this.
Fundamental to life, and the elements that are going to sustain us in the coming green economy need to be harvested in a sustainable fashion. So we need ways and means to access that. And the government has not currently been investing the resources to do that. So I think it's up to private enterprise to help, and hopefully with the help of the government, just as the government is working with Elon Musk. And Musk is hoping to colonize space, and I'd love to go there with him. But I did go with Stockton. He was hoping to explore and colonize inner space, which is the last great frontier. So hopefully it's a teachable moment. If you know history, in 1934, we had the airmail fiasco, and it was a disaster. The Army Air Corps tried to fly the airmail with planes, open cockpit planes that only had magnetic compasses, and it was a catastrophe. But it was a teachable moment. And from that moment, the United States had a competition for manufacturers to make designs for the next generation of airplanes. And one of them was the B-17 bomber. So the only reason that we were even somewhat prepared for World War II evolved from that.
Okay, when I said tell a story, I meant something that has anything to vaguely or remotely do with this Titan submersible. Now we're getting a pre-World War II aviation history. Okay.
That teachable moment. And I'd like to think that this is a teachable
right.
moment. And my hope is that if nothing else, the government and private enterprise team together as they have with Elon Musk in space, because inner space and the depths of the ocean are much more important in the short term than outer space. So it's critical. And I thank you all for your time. I will express I was unhappy with the Coast Guard during the disaster. And again, as it turned out, there was nothing that could have been done. But in the moment, those of us who knew and loved the people on board, we wanted every effort made to save them. And I believe there was a reaction to this, that there had been an acoustic event and that they had been lost. And it seemed to me, from my perspective, that we should have scrambled the few assets that could have been scrambled in order to effect a rescue rather than a recovery. And I believe there was an asset in Buffalo that was not sent out.
Dude,
so
they were
even
pancaked.
if there was evidence suggesting an implosion, my feeling was that we should have pursued every possible avenue until we knew
They did.
definitively,
We
that my
didn't know
friends,
about that.
were-
We didn't
were
know
dead.
about that
And,
implosion sound
and
until
for
like
no other
4
reason,
days
I
after.
believe it would have been, an opportunity to test those systems and to put them on site. And I don't believe that happened. That's my only criticism. And again, I'm not blaming anyone. I just wish that it happened. But I do thank you for your inquiry, and you've been very calm and deliberative, and I appreciate your tone, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you, sir. Just for
All
the
right.
information, for the record, we do have Coast Guard witnesses coming to testify about the search and rescue efforts.
So shut the
next
fuck
week.
up.
Excuse me. Mr. Hagen, thank you for your testimony. You are now released from these proceedings. If we need further information from you, I will
All
contact
right,
you
let's skip
directly.
ahead.
If you need further information about this hearing,
Are they
you
going
may
to lunch
contact
now?
our recorder, Lieutenant Kelly Steele. At this time, the hearing will recess and reconvene at 10:20.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so 1 minute from now. Woohoo! All right, that's good. We are now live and caught up. We are normal playback speed, caught up. Just they should be starting 1 minute from now, and they'll go for another 2 hours, and then they should break for lunch. Let's double check the schedule. The next witness, we can take him off the banner list here. The next witness will be Mr. Dave Dyer, the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab guy. And while we're waiting for them to come in, this is another chance to remind you to hit that like and subscribe button, do those YouTubey things, share the video with your friends, have them come and join us for this rather extraordinary hearing. We don't get to see these. These are not a normal part of life, these Coast Guard hearings on maritime accidents. So this is a good insight into this. Scrolling on down here, Just Don, Soulless Ginger, member for 21 months. As a member of the best chat, I would just like to say we have the best mods on the interwebs. Yes, we do. Absolutely do. We also have the best emotional support Potato Pig Dogs, and Jeff's pretty awesome too. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Rose was proud to be a member. Alan said, I second what Rose said. Best chat on the Weebs. And Ms. K. Grift, who's been a member for 20 months, says third Vice Squad is the best squad. I love being Jeff's member. Oh, gee, thanks. And Joe Choi, member for 2 years, says me too. And Kyle Cowden, AR-14 is Canada, probably airsoft. Yeah, we read that, but we're going to read it again. Give it the attention it deserves.
This hearing is now back in session.
All right, we are back in session.
At this time, we will hear testimony from Mr. Dave Dyer, University of Washington Applied Physics Lab.
This could be potentially spicy. Because they were trying to attribute...
Mr. Dyer? Yes. The recorder will now administer the oath.
They were attributing, OceanGate was attributing a lot more to University of Washington than they actually did. So this could be
A
very
false
interesting.
statement given to an agency of the United States is punishable by fine and/or imprisonment under 18 USC 1001. Knowing this, do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you. Mr. Dyer, thank you for being here today.
Yes.
Lieutenant Commander Williams is going to start with your question answer.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Dyer.
Hi.
Thank you for being with us here this morning. As we ask you questions, we will take breaks. If you need a break, please let us know.
Okay.
All of my questions are related to your background and your experience with OceanGate.
Okay.
Before we begin, I will ask you to please refrain from using acronyms. If you should use an acronym, I will stop you and ask you to explain what that acronym means. Can you please explain your background and history before you became involved with OceanGate?
Yes, I have a degree in ocean engineering from Cal State University, Long Beach. Right after graduation, I started working for Rockwell International in their applied,
Hey, Kaiser,
Marine
welcome.
Autonomy group. Most of that was working on advanced submarine warfare projects. That involved submarine communications. It involved boundary layer control, and it involved sonobuoy type technology. From there, I moved over to Hughes Aircraft, working in the dynamics group. So we would do the analysis for shuttle and Ariane and Titan launches to determine how satellites would survive or have issues with the launch. During that time, I also did some work with GM. GM purchased Hughes Aircraft shortly after I was there. I did a little bit of work on some of their solar-powered cars, specifically looking at their carbon fiber structures for solar panels. At that time, after that, then I moved up to Washington, working for Hughes Aircraft at a Boeing facility, was working on satellite integration. So that was looking at the entire satellite systems, integrating it together, doing the
So this guy is
testing,
actually a
ready for
smart
launch.
scientist guy.
And then I participated in the launch support for those satellites. Then I moved over to Boeing, started working for Boeing in the Sea Launch program, worked there for a period of time, and then moved into their advanced composites research group, where we were really given free rein to work on whatever projects we felt were applicable to Boeing and what they were doing. Then moved over to Precor, doing exercise equipment. Started off in the consumer part of that, working on the actual products, and then I was put in charge of the research and development group. And we were responsible for kinematics. So how does the equipment interact?
Kinematics, we studied that in the Karen Reed trial. This man has studied forward. If you watch the Karen Reed trial, this guy has studied forward.
With the human body and the exercise physiology portion of that, making sure that people were able to use the equipment in the best of their advantage on there. Then moved over to Applied Physics Lab, was brought in specifically to work with the associate director on bringing new programs into the lab, whether they were ONR, Office of Naval Research, or DARPA, which is Defense Advanced Research Programs Administration, I think is what that one is. Working on programs on there. So those were things where we would do conceptual work, looking at underwater vehicles, crawlers, things like that, that would be applicable to what Office of Naval Research and DARPA needed to do. That was when we, at that point in time, about halfway through that, Mr. Miyamoto started working on developing what he called the collaboratory, and that was meant to be an interface between industry and the university. And the goal of it was to give industry access to research that was going on in the universities that they normally wouldn't have access to. And then we would also work to help them find partners that could help them through technology. So most of the companies, when they start off in these high-tech things, they don't necessarily have all the expertise on their company. So we would help them find people that could come in and kind of bridge that gap for them. And that's really how we got started with OceanGate is we used OceanGate submersibles, the existing ones that they had. I believe it was Suds at the time is the one that he used. We used that for an obstacle avoidance program that we were working on for Office of Naval Research.
Who initiated the conversation between OceanGate and the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab?
Wow, just right
It's-
to the heart
it's
of
hard
it.
to tell who initiated that. Bob and Stockton were talking together. Bob sought Stockton out to use their submersibles. And when Stockton started talking about what his vision for the company was, Bob offered to have APL come on and help him get going on there. At the time, OceanGate didn't have any engineering capability. So the idea was that we would come in and provide that engineering capability while they built up their engineering staff. And at that point in time, we could then step back and just come in occasionally or be advisors to them from that point on. So I believe it was kind of a lunchtime discussion between Mr. Miyamoto and Stockton.
And how did the relationship start out?
We started working with that project on them, the obstacle avoidance program. And then once it was determined that we were going to help them out, Mr. Miyamoto and Stockton put together a contract, and that contract was a very wide open contract. It was meant to be something that allowed a lot of flexibility in there. It allowed us to come in and go out on these programs as needed by OceanGate.
And what year was that?
That was about 2012, 2013.
And how far along was the design of Cyclops 2, which later became Titan, when you started working with OceanGate?
Cyclops, we started working with Cyclops 1. Once Cyclops 1 was working, we started working on Cyclops 2. So when we started that contract with them, Cyclops 2 was on the books. It was just something that was to be worked, but we had not started off on Cyclops 2 right off the bat.
And are you aware of how far along OceanGate had gotten into the design process for Cyclops 2 at the time?
I think it was all conceptual stuff from Stockton. I don't think they had really any design work at that point.
Were you involved in any conversations for the carbon fiber hull, where the hull was originally designed from 10 inches, then to 7 inches, and then it was finally 5 inches thick?
We were involved in some of those discussions. I believe that started off with Boeing, working with Boeing on that. I don't ever remember it being up to 10 inches. I do remember it being closer to 5, somewhere between 5 to 7 inches under that part. Then Boeing worked that for a while, and then it was shifted over to Spencer Composites that continued working on that.
So the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab didn't have any maybe stock in changing it from 7 inches to 5 inches?
No, we were not the carbon fiber experts. We were relying on the other ones. And that was part of our deal with Stockton of, if we don't have that expertise on there, we will help them find someone. We pointed them to Boeing because of our work that we had done with Boeing and some of the composites. And then Stockton later shifted that work to Spencer Composites.
What was your experience working with the operations department of OceanGate?
I worked fairly closely with them. I'm a huge fan of when you're developing something, you work with the people who are going to be the end users of it. So I worked closely with the operations group when we were doing the Cyclops 1 vehicle. And then early in the process of Cyclops 2, we were still continuing that relationship with them, working with them. And I would describe it as a very good relationship.
Lieutenant Steele, could you please bring up Exhibit 16, the University of Washington research proposal on page 2?
While he's doing that, Legal Vices, it says Jaggedy Book. Have you ever read
Mr.
The
Dyer,
Rochester
are you
Galileo
familiar
by
with this
Heinlein?
document?
I have not. That's one Heinlein book I
What
haven't
was
read.
your understanding of the intent of this research proposal?
The intent was to provide engineering expertise to OceanGate as they work through the design of Cyclops 1 and then moving that into Cyclops 2.
Lieutenant Steele, could you please scroll down to page 4?
Whoa, what was that?
I'd like to draw your attention. Oh, can you scroll up just a little bit? Up. Thank you. I'd like to draw your attention to the number 6 and number 7 of the technical approach outlined in your proposal.
Yes.
Can you explain to me the importance of assessing performance and reevaluation?
That's huge. That's the key to success. You've got to be able to take your designs, prove the design through test and evaluation, and you've got to be able to understand what that test data gives you and understand what the impact is on the design. So
I think this is where the scientific spice might begin.
Now drawing your attention to the second paragraph on the same page. I think you might need to scroll down a little bit.
All right, now I got to bump this out of the
The
way.
proposal states trade-off studies will be provided to look at the basic design and fabrication of the pressure hull, especially the mating of the pressure hull to the exterior viewing ports and necessary through-hull connections. Can you explain to me what is meant by trade studies?
It's looking at possible solutions. So when we start off, you'd look at it, you develop concepts of this is what we think can happen on there. And as you go through the design on that, you start refining it, start doing analysis on that. And based on that analysis, you refine your design even further. At some point in time, you can take a step back and you can look at, okay, we're heading down this path. This is the implication, or this is the impact of this design. Are there other alternatives that might be better for this? Are there trade-offs that we can look at that might benefit the program?
And were these trade studies to be completed by UW-APL, or was it to be done externally, or could it be a combination of the two?
It could be a combination of the two.
How much involvement did the University of Washington APL have with the design of the carbon fiber pressure hull?
We were involved in the initial concept on that. We were providing concepts, and the first group that we worked with was Boeing. And we relied on Boeing to provide their expertise for their carbon fiber. We were providing expertise for deep ocean work and what was required for that. So we were helping them understand what the loads would be and what those design requirements would be. But we were really dependent upon them to actually define and design the carbon fiber structure. We were involved in doing the interface between the dome and the carbon fiber structure. But again, that was in collaboration with Boeing. So as we would present ideas and concepts, they would take a look at it and give their feedback. And then we would take their feedback and either incorporate it or convince them that what we were looking at was adequate.
And Lieutenant Steele, could you please bring back up that exhibit and go to page 5, paragraph 2? At the end of paragraph 2, it states, testing of the pressure hull will initially be conducted without humans and then turned over to OceanGate for final safety approval and testing. Was the initial thought that UW-APL would test the full-scale pressure hull?
No, we didn't have the capability of doing that. If when they got to that point, if they needed our expertise or help in that, we were going to provide that expertise or that help in it. But we don't have the capacity to do the full scale.
At the time, did OceanGate agree to the initial testing that it should be unmanned?
Yes.
And what is the importance of conducting unmanned testing?
Especially something where you're pushing the envelope on technology. You're making changes that are not something that the industry necessarily is used to. You want to test that without human life involvement in that. You want to make that as safe as possible. So it'd be crucial to do those.
I thought it wasn't meant to be
without
safe.
human involved.
That's what our last witness said.
Would you consider one unmanned dive to be sufficient before putting people on board?
No.
No.
In your experience, do you have an approximate amount of unmanned dives that would be appropriate?
I don't know if I could give you a number. It would be something where we would look at the data after each test and see what the data is doing, see if it's repeatable. Are you seeing change from dive to dive? And that would be the key for me for making a decision on how many you would need to do.
Lieutenant Steele, could you bring up exhibit CG 018 It's the email correspondence between the University of Washington and Ocean Gate, specifically page 15. Could you scroll down a little? Thank you. In that correspondence, the University of Washington states, to complete items 1 and 2, I will need some level of test data to ensure my FEA, finite element analysis, model adequately represents the carbon fiber hull stiffness and interface boundary conditions. Mr. Dyer, in your experience, what type of test data would be required?
Sorry, stand by for a
You
moment.
you said that this is an email from APL. I just want to confirm, does Mr. Dyer recall this email? Is this his email? Because no names appear.
Yes, thank
on
you.
what he's looking at.
I think it's the first question. Mr. Dyer, do you recognize this email?
I recognize the content. I don't know if I could say I recognize word for word, but I do recognize the content, yes.
And are you familiar who it was to and who it was from?
I'm not. That looks like something that might be from me, but I don't know that for sure.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Lieutenant Commander Williams, do you know who this email is to? And from?
Sir, my questions are actually
We have to
relatively
establish
general, so
some
I won't be able to
foundation
cover
here.
who it was from.
Whose email is this?
In that case, do we need, I mean, what are we referring to on the document? We can ask him generally.
Okay. Yeah, let's keep the questions very general, realizing that we don't understand who's behind this chain.
Mr. Dyer, what type of test data would be required to ensure your finite element analysis model adequately represented the carbon fiber hull stiffness?
Typically, when we look at the finite element analysis versus hardware, we look at strain data, we'll look at accelerations if they're appropriate, and we will look at the pressure chamber data as well. So as the pressure is applied to it, are you seeing changes in that profile as it goes down, unexpected changes in there, or does it look like the pressure hull is reacting according to what you thought it was going to react to?
In your experience, is this a required engineering practice when developing a new design?
Absolutely.
And do you know if any test data was ever received from Ocean Gate?
The first test that I recall them doing was a scale hull test of a carbon fiber hull. It was I don't remember the scale, but it was a relatively small pressure vessel. That had strain gauges in it. That one failed prematurely. It failed before it reached the design depth on there. And I believe that data was provided to either Spencer or Boeing. I don't remember who it was that laid that hull up. Whoever laid the hull up, it was provided to them. And then the second or follow-on test, that one included accelerometers for the acoustic emissions system in there. That was data, that was about the time we were phasing out of there, and I don't recall ever seeing the data from that. I know that the data was collected, but I don't recall seeing that data.
Thank you.
Commander Williams, we've confirmed that email, Mr. Dyer, was from you to Mr. Nissen.
Okay, thank you.
Trust us. Just trust
We
us.
understand that after the design aspects of Titan were absorbed in-house by Ocean Gate, the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab was still utilized for pressure testing. As we understand it, there were third-scale model testing and component testing completed at University of Washington Applied Physics Lab. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. The last test that we were actively involved in was that scale model that failed. The rest of those were tests that Ocean Gate did on their own without us necessarily being involved in that.
Were you involved in any of?
So the last thing they did was a 1/3 scale model that failed. And then I guess, Ocean Gate said, we're on our own. We're going to do it ourselves. And, but it'll be interesting to see how much they still claimed that APL was involved.
Of the third scale model testing?
Just the first two cylindrical models, the ones that failed prematurely. Yes, we were involved in those.
What was your experience during these tests?
The first one we the data was collected and provided to, and again, I don't remember if it was Spencer or to Boeing, but the data was provided to the group that did the analysis on that. They built a second one because of that failure. The second one had carbon fiber end domes on there because that was one of the goals that OceanGate wanted to try and see if they could achieve. That was another one that failed. And again, that data was provided to the company that did that layup. And I believe that one, I'm almost for sure that one was done by Spencer because of the dome portion of it. We didn't see the data on any of those that I can recall.
When you say it failed, can you explain what you mean by failed?
The first one collapsed. It was a catastrophic failure. The second one was also a catastrophic failure, but I believe it was the domes that failed as opposed to the cylindrical section.
A little bit of foreshadowing
Were you
there.
involved in conversations after those failures with how to make design improvements?
No.
In your experience, would you recommend constructing a full-scale hull if there was not a successful third-scale model test?
Yes, I actually would have recommended to continue with the third scale until you had a success before you did the full scale for cost purposes.
Well, that makes sense. And make sure the little one succeeds before you
Switching
build the big
subjects
one.
now to the real-time monitoring system. Were you involved in the real-time monitoring system?
We spoke to Boeing about that. They were the group that had the experience with that system. We asked Boeing if they would provide that system or put that into one of the third scale models so that we could take a look at that and see how that would benefit the program. So we were involved in getting that set up, and we worked with Boeing to get that installed into the system. I was there during that test, and I saw the data being collected on there. But again, we did not get that data. That was something that was between Boeing and OceanGate. I believe we saw the final report on that, but we were not involved in the analysis of that data.
What was your impression of the engineering department at OceanGate?
Say it. Bus. Okay.
It was a tough group to work with. They had
Ooh.
a different.
I told you it was going to get spicy here. Just look at that expression on his face. That is a man who is trying not to say the things that are running through his head right now. Ocean, here's the real scientist saying what they thought of the OceanGate scientist people.
It was a tough group to work with. They had a different mindset on how to proceed with the program than we did.
Can you please expand?
Say it.
Yes.
Could we clarify what time period we're talking about when we refer to OceanGate engineering team?
Yes, I think that's important. What date are you referring to?
This is around the 2015-2016 timeframe.
Yeah. The biggest difference, the part that I struggled with the most is, in my experience, when you have a system, you evaluate it as a system and you look at fabrication and the implications of fabrication as a system. Mr. Neeson wanted to isolate those. He wanted to look at just the carbon fiber hull, just the dome as individual components. And where we really started butting heads is when we were looking at the fabrication of the titanium dome. I wanted the foundry to see what the entire system looked like so that they could provide feedback if they saw anything that they thought was suspicious or that they wanted to put some caution to. And Tony didn't want to do that. I provided that information to the foundry, and that was when Tony really.
So basically, the
upset,
fake
and that was
scientists
shortly after
didn't
that
want to
was
do
when
what the
we
real scientists told them to do.
for the project.
Why did OceanGate and University of Washington Applied Physics Lab stop working together?
It was the engineering. We were butting heads too much on there, and OceanGate felt like it was better to terminate that and let their group take over the engineering.
What was
who would you trust more, the OceanGate in-house science guys, or some guy from the University of Washington Applied Physics Laboratory? I'm going with the Washington.
University of Washington's Applied Physics Lab impression of the glass spheres?
The,
for propulsion?
for propulsion, the housing, glass housings.
Yes.
We like glass spheres. Those are things that are used in the industry, and they're nice and reliable, but they do have some unexpected failures that most people can't explain, typically at significant depths. We did not like the idea of using glass spheres on a manned vehicle, especially when they were going to the depth that they were trying to go to. Had it been shallow, we would have been okay with it, just because of the energy would have been somewhat constrained. But at the depths that they were going to, we didn't like the idea of those spheres out there. If they had an implosion, that's pretty catastrophic implosion, and we didn't know what that could potentially do to the pressure vessel, to the hull.
And did you make these concerns known to OceanGate?
Yes.
And is that one of the reasons, or is that the only reason that University of Washington Applied Physics Lab and OceanGate stopped working together?
That was one of the reasons. That was probably the final reason on that. That was kind of what ended that relationship, but that was not the only reason.
Can you explain what some of those other reasons were?
It was, like I mentioned before, just the mindset and the philosophy on engineering and developing a new product. We'd had too many conflicts on how we would go about doing that.
What was your opinion of the submersible, specifically Cyclops 2, which later became Titan? What was your opinion of that submersible at the time that you that OceanGate and Applied Physics Lab stopped working together?
With the initial concept, it was early enough in it that we felt like there was a very good chance it could be successful. The design looked like it was heading down the right path on there. Once we severed that relationship, I don't really know the direction. I would hear bits and pieces. I don't believe Stockton and I talked for quite a while after we severed on there. So I was only hearing bits and pieces of information on what was going on. But we actually felt fairly decent, like the direction. We knew that the design was not complete and it was not ready to go full scale fabrication by any means, but we felt like it at least had a chance of heading down the right path.
Were there specific
Yeah, we have a belief that we might be heading down the right path. Is really, really far away from let's go do it. This was all so avoidable. And we see it on all levels with these witnesses. The first guy, he has a few things. Nissen, he had a few disagreements. He was browbeaten down to where he was just a husk of a human being. We saw David Lockridge getting into a arguments repeatedly with Stockton Rush about safety, the materials, the need for more testing. They fire him. Then we get to this guy who's running a legitimate laboratory, who's building prototypes, who's building scale models, who's designing, and he's like, okay, we're just about where you guys are crazy. Well, you're gonna walk away. It's nowhere near ready to go. But then the other guy's like, let's build it and go. It's a pattern. We're seeing this pattern where, by God, they were going to do it on their time schedule. They were going to go down and if anybody else stands in their way, intercourse them, push them off to the side. We're going to do it ourselves.
design aspects that you recall
Seems to be
as
that.
that were not completed before you and before the University of Washington and OceanGate went your separate ways?
Yeah, the carbon fiber hull final design was not complete in my mind. We had some preliminary FEA on there. We had the third scale test that had some failures in it. So in my mind, that design was not complete because of those failures. They had not figured out what happened on those failures from my perspective. And I had not seen an effort to modify or to change the design based on what they saw in there. The titanium spheres, that was about the time we left is when they were shifting away from the glass dome on the forward part. They were going more towards titanium spheres. So that was very early in the design process. We had done enough work to say this is the ballpark so we can at least talk to foundries and start getting a feel for what it would cost to fabricate this and how they would go about doing that. But the design was nowhere near complete on that portion of it either.
Oof.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Lieutenant Commander Whalen.
Good morning, Mr. Dyer.
Hi.
I want to discuss, or before we move away from the topic we had, as we had just discussed, the 17-inch glass spheres, or spheres which are the
Spheres?
motor pod
What's a
controllers, which are
sphere?
external to the pressure vessel.
Yes.
Can you explain the importance of those as for the propulsion of the Titan Submersible?
Yeah, those house the motor controllers and the interface between the internal electronics in the sub and the external. So that was the interface to those motor controllers. And that's the motor controllers are the device. They're the electronics that control the actual thrusters themselves. So those house the motor controllers and that interface electronics.
And in providing your professional and technical opinion to OceanGate at that time, had you conducted your own technical research as to what a failure of one of those would do?
We only heard anecdotally of the industry and experiences of researchers who had used those in deep ocean work. Typically, when they failed, they lost the entire vehicle, meaning the vehicle either completely shut down or the vehicle was completely lost. Prior to that, I believe there was a Hui vehicle that had been operating fairly deep. I think it was deeper than 6,000 meters, and they lost that vehicle. And the reason for that, the potential reason for that was they believed that the glass spheres had failed and taken the vehicle out. I don't know if that was ever proven or not, but that was what was suspect at the time of that failure. And that was about the time that we were pushing back on using glass spheres for the manned vehicle.
Kyle Cowden raised an interesting comment here. All carbon fiber builds wrap in a weave, overlapping and crossing. Yeah, sort of a herringbone pattern normally, overlapping and crossing windings. Titan was a straight on wrap, basically a spool of thread. That was one thing that one of the witness said on day one. I believe it was the witness on day one. Essentially said it was string and glue. It was string covered with glue.
So within that statement, you used the acronym HUI. Can you please tell me who
That's
HUI is?
Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute.
And then, oh, sorry.
Yeah.
And then you also, by lost, can you please explain what lost means?
It's my understanding that the vehicle, they did not recover the vehicle. If they did recover the vehicle, it was probably in pieces. But my understanding is it was a non-functional.
I would
vehicle
listen
once
to you, young black economist.
At some point in time during that dive, and they believe that was because the glass spheres had failed.
Is there ever, did you uncover or discover any evidence as to the amount of pressure or that would be caused by one of the failures of the sphere at the depth of 4,000 meters?
We had a young engineer that was assisting on other programs, not the OceanGate one, but he was curious and he ran some numbers on it, and it was pretty astounding the amount of energy that was released. I don't remember the numbers, but it was significant. It was as though a bomb had gone off. And again, I don't remember the exact numbers, but it was eyebrow raising.
Oops.
Was it close to about a half kilogram of TNT explosion?
That sounds about right.
Holy shit. Okay, yeah, that would be eyebrow raising. Oh my God.
How familiar are you with classification societies and the classing of submersibles and or vessels for commercial purposes?
We were working with Stockton on the classification process when we through our process, and by the time we were no longer involved in the process, it was my understanding they were still pursuing classification at that time. He had considered several organizations and he had talked to several organizations. I remember having the GL group. It's Gershwin Lloyd.
Germanischer Lloyd.
Sorry,
German
I
Lloyd.
can't pronounce. But they
It
were
actually
one
is German.
organization
Germanischer Lloyd.
that had a standard for manned submersibles. And that was a group that he brought out to talk to them about what we were doing and things like that. So yes, we were involved in him looking at certification of the manned submersible.
And at that time, were there classification rules or standards allowing carbon fiber as a pressure vessel for human occupancy?
No, it was unique to the industry. And when the GL representative came out and talked to us, they mentioned that they had a person on staff that would look at the carbon fiber hull as a system and evaluate how that would be classified. They didn't necessarily have an issue with it. They weren't concerned with it. They just knew that they would have to look at it differently than they did a steel hull.
So in your opinion, the classification society was open to innovation, but it would require time and testing.
Yes.
Were you involved in any of those? Were you involved in any of those meetings firsthand?
When the GL representative came out, I was involved in the meeting that took place over maybe an hour or two, but that was the only time that I discussed that specifically with them.
And what were some of the important points that you found within that meeting?
It was a pretty general discussion, so I don't know if there were any specifics talked about other than the fact that since it was a carbon fiber hull, they would have to look at it differently than they do a steel hull. They had regulations that were very defined in steel and titanium hulls. They didn't have anything specific for carbon fiber. So it was going to be something that they had to look at a little bit differently than they did with a normal metal hull.
Was that the only meeting that you were involved in with DNVGL?
Yes.
Did the communications continue pursuing DNVGL and the classification of the pressure vessel?
It's my understanding that they did. Stockton did start looking at having them certified just the hull and then later just the propulsion. So we're looking at system by system, having them certified system by system, as opposed to trying to do the entire sub in one foul swoop. But it's my understanding that they did continue to communicate on certifying the hull.
In the end, did the hull, to your knowledge, ever get certified by DNVGL or any other classification society?
I'm not aware of it.
And just to clarify for the time frame, and while we know that there were 2 Titan hulls, this was the first hull and then around 2016, 2017.
Yes.
You had mentioned the Cyclops 1.
Yes.
And the majority of your work was done on the Cyclops 1 to act as a act as a test bed for the applications that were going to be used on the Cyclops 2 and Titan, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Were you involved in the process from when those applications went from Cyclops 1 to the Titan, and how did that transition go?
That transition took place, the majority of that took place after we were no longer involved in that. So I'm not real sure on how that transition went.
And did you take part in any dives aboard the Cyclops 1?
No. I supported a dive. Actually, I'm sorry, I did not. I did not support a dive.
Did other members of the faculty in the University of Washington Applied Physics Lab take part in any dives?
I don't believe so. I'm not aware of that.
Were you involved or were you made aware of any incidences that happened while on test dives for the Cyclops 1?
I'm sorry, you asked Cyclops 1.
Yes, sir.
I was involved in a dive on the Cyclops 1 that they did in Flower Gardens. I supported those dive operations, which the Cyclops 1, to be clear, was the steel hulled version. Yes, so I was involved in one of those dives on that.
Correct.
And I did go down, I went down in Antipodes. I did not go down in Cyclops 1.
And can you tell me a little bit more about the Flower Gardens dive on the Cyclops 1?
Yeah, the intent of that dive was to reach a depth of 500 meters. The goal that Stockton had on that was to get it certified for 500 meters. So that we went out to the Flower Gardens area, got the sub prepped, put the people into it, and they did a dive. I don't remember if there was more than one dive. I remember one dive specifically. I don't remember if they did multiple dives or not, but I do remember one dive specifically.
And you use the term certified. Was certified to a classification standard?
So it was certified. It was a certification group, and I don't remember the name of the group that did that certification. But they had a representative out there to participate in the dive, so he could verify that they had gone to a specific depth.
Sounds like people doing their job to me. That's how things are
With
supposed
Lieutenant
to be
Commander
done.
Williams, you discussed the titanium domes and rings.
Yes.
Can you tell me the difference between grade 5 and grade 3?
Grade 3, I don't remember the specifics of grade 3. Grade 5 is a higher strength titanium, which is about it's typically 120,000 pounds per square inch yield.
Oof.
I don't remember what grade 3 is. Grade 3 may be in the casting realm. I don't remember that specifically.
And if you were to do a finite element analysis utilizing
Come back soon,
grade
Ms. Gay Griff.
5 as your titanium or for your domes and your rings, and actually conducted the build utilizing a grade 3 titanium dome and ring, would there be a measurable difference in your opinion?
I would have to look at the specs for grade 3. But if you design for grade 5 and you go to a different grade, you've got to make sure that the analysis encompasses the specs for that material. Since I don't recall what grade 3 is on there, I can't answer that specifically. I can just say that looking at grade 5 to grade 3, I would need to make sure that those specs were the same if I was going to assume that the analysis was valid for both.
Did you do any work in designing the launch and recovery system?
Yes.
Can you tell me about the launch and recovery system?
Yeah, we did. We worked on the first one. There was a second one that was the one that was used on the later dives. We did work on the first one. We took stocks and concept of how he wanted it to function, and we worked to make that a reality. That design was 2 barges. They were barges that were pretty standard in the barge industry. They were made in a modular fashion so that they could be taken apart and then shipped across road or on trucking without having special permits. Those barges were I believe they were steel, a steel hull that had internal structures. They had 3 compartments that were separate from each other so that we could flood and purge the compartments independently. And then they had a system on them that allowed us to flood or purge each of those compartments independently so that it could go submerged as well as come back up to the surface.
And what did you believe to be the purpose to utilize this barge system?
The goal behind it was to open up the realm of what surface ships could be used for their operations. Typically, if you have a manned vehicle like the Cyclops vehicle, any cranes that would be on board had to be man-rated, which really limited the number of ships that you had access to. Ship time is very expensive and it's very difficult to come by because ships are utilized almost 100%. They have to be in order to be functional. So it was really to open up the realm of what you could use, what access you had in order to support dives. This allowed them to put the vehicle on the barge at port so that you could load the vehicle without humans in it, and then tow it out to site, transport people over to it, and then launch and recover them without the use of a man-rated crane.
And did you ever witness this operation with the Cyclops one?
Yes.
And in your professional opinion, do you believe that it worked, it functioned properly?
Yes, I do.
Is this an operation that's used widely throughout the submersible industry?
I don't know that. I know that it was used, University of Hawaii had a system like that, and I believe that's where Stockton got the idea. I believe that's the only other group I know of that uses a system like that was University of Hawaii.
While you were working on the project, did you have any interaction with Lloyd's, the Classification Society, Lloyd's Register?
Just the one meeting where they came out to talk to Stockton about classifying the hull. So that was the GL group that I referred
So just to confirm, it was Lloyd's.
They were Gershwitz, Lloyd's. That was the group that came out to discuss that. I don't know if that's separate from Lloyd's specifically. They were known as GL at the time. I believe that's now changed to Lloyd's Registry. I don't think GL is out there any longer, but when we were talking to them, they were referred to GL or Gershwitz Lloyd's.
Germanischer.
I just want to get that for the record.
Just say GL.
They're different.
Yes.
Classification societies.
Okay.
You discussed Boeing in a previous project that they had completed and you worked with them on.
Yes.
I don't remember the exact name, or I forgot the exact name, but it was a underwater vehicle made of carbon fiber.
Correct.
Was that a pressure vessel for human occupancy?
No. No, it was a smaller vessel. It was meant to carry a payload, and it was meant to be deployed and sit down on the seabed at pretty significant depths for a period of time, and then come back to the surface on its own.
And was it the same relative size and depth rated?
It was 6,000 meter rated, and it was much smaller than significantly smaller than Cyclops.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have for now.
Thank you.
Mr. Dyer, would you like to take a break or?
I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay, we'll keep going then, sir.
All
I
right.
just have a couple of follow-up questions
Sure.
for your initial testimony. Can you further explain?
They're going to finish early.
The concerns or the break you had with OceanGate regarding the domes fabrication?
When we were working on the domes, the fabrication part of that, we were working with a foundry who had
be back in a minute.
significant amount of experience in doing large titanium castings. I didn't have the experience doing large titanium castings. All of my experience with castings have been relatively small, and it's pretty straightforward. Large stuff, I think, is a little bit of a different beast. This group specifically did large titanium castings, and they had several contracts with the Navy on large titanium castings. So combined with their group that was working on it, they had probably over 150 years experience of doing these castings. I wanted to tap into their resources as much as I could because I didn't want to rely on my background alone. I just didn't have what I felt comfortable with. To do that, I wanted them to look at the entire system. So they saw the titanium dome, the interface ring, and the carbon fiber to see how all that went together and how that all made it up so that they could see the full picture. I wanted to make sure that they understood how it was being used and that whole system. In the event that they saw something in there or they had experience with something that I didn't know about or was unaware of, so that they could help us through that design process. That was not something that OceanGate Engineering wanted to do. They wanted them to look at just the dome. For some reason, they did not want them to see the carbon fiber hull or the interface ring. They wanted them to look at just the dome.
And I realize we're still talking about the prototype Titan
Yes.
hull, but would it be important to match the contraction rates between the titanium and the potential carbon fiber connection point?
Yeah, that was one of the things that when we did the conceptual stuff, that was something that we were concerned about. We wanted to make sure that the deflection between the dome and the cylindrical portion matched as close as we could. We didn't want non-uniform compression on there. So that was something that we worked on, and we specifically made the dome elliptical shape, and we specifically modified or had the interface ring designed in a certain cross section so that we could try and match those two deflections.
And so I'm now just thinking about the shape of the Titan prototype, and actually the cylindrical shape of it.
Yes.
Would it be possible to build a steel or titanium hull in the same shape?
Of the cylindrical shape yourself?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yes, you can definitely do that. It becomes very heavy. Its displacement to buoyancy ratio becomes problematic. It's doable, but you end up having to add a substantial amount of external flotation in order to make sure that it can still float. The whole purpose behind a carbon fiber hull is you get to a point where the carbon fiber hull has enough buoyancy that you don't have to add extra flotation to it. Now you're just adding ballast to it to take it down and to trim it out. That's the benefit of a carbon fiber hull.
From a material standpoint, could you build a steel hull if you're willing to do the buoyancy provisions that could reach the Titanic, or would it have to be like titanium? Do you know?
It could be steel. I think I have not actually run the numbers, but based on other pressure holes that I've done, you could definitely make it out of steel if you needed to.
And
What
before I
about
shift over
string
to
and
the
glue?
NTSB, sir, I just want to make a couple clarifications for the record. Germanister Lloyd is the GL class society that merged with Det Norske Veritas in 2013.
Okay.
So a GL and DNV are some acronyms.
2013.
Just
God, it's been 11 years already.
for the
Wow,
record.
how time flies.
At this time, I'd like to go to the NTSB.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Dyer, and that was the clarification I had as well. I have no further questions.
Okay. I'd like to go to Ocean Gate, please.
Thank you, Mr. Dyer. Just one question. You mentioned the testing of 1/3 scale models at the APL facility that you were doing with Ocean Gate. Did Ocean Gate continue to utilize APL facility for those tests after APL was no longer analyzing the data, as you said, for those?
Yeah, just for clarification, the pressure vessel is a UW operated pressure vessel, not an APL pressure vessel. They're distinct organizations. With APL is a part of UW, but we don't have the chambers to do that. So that's run out of the School of Oceanography on campus at the University of Washington. My understanding is that they used that pressure chamber several times after we were no longer involved in the program.
Understood. Thank you.
Mr. Dyer, we've been going for a while. I'd like to take a 10-minute recess and to see if we have any final questions for you, sir.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Great. This hearing is now in recess, and we'll reconvene at 11:20.
All right, we can skip forward a couple of minutes. All right, boop, there we go. We're now live. We got about 8 minutes to kill, it looks like 7 minutes to kill before they come back. Let's put this where it belongs while we're having our conversations here. See if we have any super chats or anything to clear off. I do not believe so. Yep, we are all caught up. Tanny Simmons says, intercourse them, lol. I'm adopting that. I actually I adopted that from an old Monty Python's Flying Circus skit. They were talking about penguins on the there was a penguin sitting on top of the television, and they were one of the characters kept talking about the penguin, and the other characters, intercourse the penguin. And it stuck with me for like 40 years now because I thought it hilarious. So I can't take credit for that. That's, let's say, a Monty Python's Flying Circus joke there. So what do we think of this guy? This guy is a scientist who has nothing to gain, nothing to lose. And I think he's just solidified what the other witnesses have testified to. The other ones that haven't consumed the Ocean Gate fruity beverage. He was like, look, we were working on it. We were just starting to maybe go down the path of having a workable, possible solution to all of this. But our most recent thing failed miserably. We developed several 1/3 scale models. They weren't going so well, but we were starting in the right direction. And that's when Ocean Gate said, screw you guys, we're going to take over. You applied physics laboratory associated with a very well-known, renowned physics university. We don't want to have anything to do with you. We're going to do it ourselves on our own time scale with our own people. Young black economist asks the question, how does one become a maritime attorney? Well, one gets a job with a firm that does mostly maritime work. That's the short answer. The firm that hired me, 28 years ago. Wow, it's been a minute. 28 years ago. About 70% of what we do is maritime and admiralty related stuff, and that's how you just kind of get there. That's how it works. And One starts out as a good little Mormon missionary. Fun fact, it is now 12:15 a.m. on September 21st. Today, September 21st, is my 36th Korea-versary. I stepped foot on Korean soil 36 years ago today. It has been a minute. Yeah, today is my Korea anniversary. 36 years ago today. Huh. Wow. But yeah, that's the big. I either wanted to work for a public defender's office or for a Korean law firm, and the Korean law firm offered me a job first, and they just happened to be focusing mainly on maritime law, and that's how I got to be where I am today. Been there, done that. Jeff equals old. Yes, it's my Korea-versary. Thank you very much, Kaiser Pineapple. I've been married 36 years. Well, God bless you. I had to pull the ripcord after 16. That's all we could do. That's all we could do was 16 in that front. And JKD Buck 76, first anniversary of my brother-in-law's death. Rip. Wow, I probably shouldn't have read that with such an excited voice. Sorry about that. That's always a shame when death anniversaries roll around. And one year is still pretty fresh. Minette says, I'm 36. Ha ha ha. Yeah. See, this is the problem. When you get to that point where people that you distinctly remember being born are now having children. And I've got people in my high school class that have 5, 6 grandchildren, and one has a great grandchild, I believe. Ugh. And then you stop looking at the marriage section of the paper and start looking towards the obituaries. 40th high school reunion is next month. I was an 87, or you're an 84. Yeah, I was a class of 87. Are you married to a Korean? Oh, not anymore. Not anymore. I was for 6. Well, together for 16, married for 20. Are you going to share a cigar with Kim Jong-un for your anniversary? No, they're all mine. Okay, well, we were, oh, geez. I checked the obituaries to see if mine ever shows up there. Yeah. 18-month anniversary of my father's death. Day ignored. Yeah. See, I can't ignore my mother's death date or my brother's death date, because just in their typical fashions, they go out on days. KDP all the way from Seoul, South Korea. Happy Korea anniversary. Member for 23 months. Yeah. One of these days you'll be going, oh, I've been here 36 years, Katie. Just wait. Just a few more. You'll be there. My mother, diabetes eventually got her. She chose to die. Well, she didn't choose to die, but she just happened to die on my father's birthday. That was the most mom thing ever. So yeah, mom died on dad's birthday. So happy birthday, Dad. So yeah, his every year his birthday is a bit, and my older brother was killed on New Year's Eve. So yeah, happy New Year. So I can't ignore the death day. They're just not like random days. So that's they're always like there. But that's just my family. Oh, well, yeah. Well, yeah. New Year's is bad because my dad is such a mama's boy, and his mother, my grandmother, was. I mean, they were just like uber close. My brother died on New Year's Eve, and then a couple of years later, my grandmother died on January 3rd. So yeah, New Year's is the least happy time around the house. Let's see. Well, that was a weird thing to talk about. Sorry to go down the dark path. Jonathan Irwin with the $2. Diabetes is terrible. 100%. That's what killed our son. Yeah, mom had a great attitude. I mean, she didn't change her diet. She took her insulin injections, but she said, "Look, if I'm going to go out eventually, and if I go out, I want to go out with a spoon in my hand." You know. So she's like, "Yeah, my own terms. I'm going to enjoy what's left." Young black economist. I'm 31, but like having older friends, people like 50, 60, 80, they have boats, jet skis, beach houses, etc. They let you borrow. I got some dogs you can play with. I'd like a jet ski though. Jet ski would be nice. I will have a beach house if and when I retire and go back to the States. But yeah, I have dogs. I have dogs and lots of alcohol. Oh, here we go. We're back.
In session.
Oh, good. Saved by the bell.
Mr. Dyer,
I think they're just going to say no further questions.
Okay.
Hey, we can't hear you, buddy.
Mr. Dyer, you mentioned Stockton's vision. What was Mr. Rush's, or at least
We
what was
can't
your
hear you,
opinion
buddy.
of Mr. Rush's vision for the company?
This isn't a me
when
thing.
APL and Ocean Gate first started working together. Specifically, was it related to oceanographic research, exploration, tourism?
When
Hey,
he
Coast
first
Guard.
started, our impression was that he was
Sound.
focused on the research aspect of it, trying to make.
Oh, wait, it is a me thing. Weird. We didn't even push pause and it cut out my audio. I think it has something to do with the audio booster. I think that's dicking me over somehow. Because it only started doing it when we dealt with the audio booster. So perhaps it has a glitchy, buggy sort of thing. So let me copy this, bump out, jump back in, re-up, and where are we at? Just scroll back a little bit. Sorry here. Scrolling back a little bit. All right, there we go. That's good. Let's bring up the screen again. And biggin. Yeah, I can see. That's why I'm thinking it's like my audio booster. It's probably dicking around with the browser on my end. It's not a boomer thing. It's just something that just seems only to happen when I have that audio thing up. So, all right, come on, get out of this. There
The
we go.
hearing is now back in session.
Have to boost it
Mr.
again.
Dyer, Lieutenant Commander Williams has a follow-up question for you.
Okay.
Mr. Dyer, you mentioned Stockton's vision. What was Mr. Rush's, or at least what was your opinion of Mr. Rush's vision for the company when APL and Ocean Gate first started working together? Specifically, was it related to oceanographic research, exploration, tourism?
His when he first started, our impression was that he was focused on the research aspect of it, trying to make access to manned exploration more accessible for researchers because it was so expensive otherwise.
Did that change throughout the time you worked with Ocean Gate?
He changed in not in his ultimate goal. His ultimate goal was still to provide that for researchers, but his goal, I guess you'd describe it as opening up so that he could help to fund the further development of it. So he started opening it up to tourism and ultimately to the Titanic dives because that was his way of trying to bring money into it so that they could continue development to get to the
Money.
goal of
The way
supporting the research industry.
the way to bring money into
Were
it.
you aware that Ocean Gate was going to take paying passengers during their operations?
He had talked about that with us. I don't know if he had finalized that or if he had decided about that. I did have lunch with Stockton a few times between when we stopped working with him and when on their last mission. So I knew that they were doing paid tourism on the Titanic at that point in time. I don't remember that being something that he decided when we were still working with him or not.
And to clarify for the record, what year did OceanGate and APL stop working together on the submersible design?
I believe it's about 2017.
At that time, did you have confidence in OceanGate's engineering department's ability to complete a safe design of a carbon fiber submersible?
I would say I was more questioning than lacking confidence. It was just questioning whether or not they would be able to pull that off adequately. I don't know if you call that lack of confidence. Yeah, I was really questioning whether they could do it.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Yeah.
Mr. Fawcett?
Good morning, sir. Keith Fawcett.
Yes.
So you mentioned acoustic sensors on the prototype hull,
Yes.
and that would be the real-time monitoring acoustic sensors?
Yes.
Those are used to monitor the integrity of a hull or structure, is that correct?
Yeah, the idea behind acoustic emissions for carbon fiber or composite structures is to be able to detect any anomalies that are occurring when it's under load. They ultimately want to get to the point where they can identify where that event is taking place and characterize that event so that they can understand what that event means. In other words, is it just a settling of the structure, or is it a precursor to a failure? So ultimately, they want to be able to pinpoint where that event took place and the severity of that event.
So if you're using that system during a dive with a carbon fiber hull, would the real-time monitoring sensors be able to predict a catastrophic failure of the hull in time to protect the people engaged in the dive?
If the system had been properly characterized, it could predict when you were getting close to a failure of the system. In other words, if you understand what those events mean, you can start determining whether or not you need to get the hull out for ABT, or whether you feel like you've just exceeded what it's capable of doing and you need to put the hull up on a shelf for a museum piece. If it's properly characterized, you can use it for those types of situations, yes.
But while you're on a dive and you're at depth under extreme pressure, and you noticed and you had that system employed, would it predict while you were on the dive a catastrophic failure?
I don't think predict is the right word. I think it gives you an understanding of the integrity of the hull from dive to dive. You would make the decision before you even went down that the hull is usable for the next dive at the depth you're going, or it's not. I don't know that you necessarily want to rely on that mid-dive to say, wow, we need to get out of here and get back up. You use it more of a understanding the condition and the integrity of the hull before you do a dive.
So you would use it forensically and not during a dive if you had a system on the dive that was, say, color coded, where the display said red, green, and yellow, would that mean anything in the course of a dive to the people conducting the dive?
The only way that I could see that meaning something is if you went from green to yellow.
Mr. Dyer, just OceanGate has a
Yeah, Mr.
question.
Newber, I believe Mr. Dyer testified earlier to I just want to establish basis for knowledge, because we're putting a lot of facts here before Mr. Dyer without establishing that he knows this.
Right. I think a good question here is, Mr. Dyer, were you aware of a color coding system on the acoustic monitoring system for warnings?
I was not aware that it had been implemented. I was aware that that was they wanted to do that, but I was not aware that it had been implemented.
So the basis of this question is, if it were implemented, what would your opinion be, sir?
Yeah, I think the only benefit in a dive would be if you've gone from green to the next level. If you see a change from that green status down to one of the other status mid-dive, I would think you would want to abort the dive. I wouldn't wait till you get to a red status. A red status, in my mind, means the failure is imminent.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Don't wait until the last minute.
Commander Whalen.
Thank you, Mr. Dyer. You had mentioned observing a dive that took part in the Everett Marina. Do There was a safety event or near miss report for a dive that happened on April 30th of 2015. Were you part of that dive?
I don't believe I was. I think that was Pete Brodsky that was part of that dive.
Did Mr. Brodsky share any of his experiences with you?
He mentioned that the hatch was leaking when they
Oh.
submerged. And they
Wait, a leaking hatch when submerged. You know what? I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's a really bad thing. Like HAL 9000. And his name's Dave. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
it was decided to continue down and let the hatch seal itself under pressure. That's really all that he mentioned on there.
That's great. The hatch leaks. So, but if we go down really far and get a lot of pressure, then that will seal the hatch. No worries.
And we've been discussing the real-time monitoring system and the acoustic emissions and strain data.
Yes.
With regards to a carbon fiber hull, and speaking of acoustic emissions, what is that acoustic emission that it's measuring?
The way that those systems work is they have accelerometers that are located at known locations.
I'm
throughout a
sealing the
structure,
watertight
whether it's
doors,
a pressure
Dave.
hole or a bridge or whatever. It monitors the response of those accelerometers. So it's looking for any sign that that something has shifted, failed, the load path has changed, any event that that accelerometer could pick up. Ideally, that system needs to be characterized so when you get an event on accelerometer, you know what that event means. It doesn't really do you any good if you just see an event. You don't know what that means, other than we had an event at this location. But the intent of it is to look and see if you can find some event that has given you some idea of what's happening in the structure. For a composite structure, they're looking for, are you seeing delaminations occurring? Are you seeing fibers break? Anything that would start compromising the integrity of that structure.
So an event may mean that the carbon fiber structure is breaking down, or the carbon fiber strands are breaking, causing an acoustic event.
It could mean that. Yeah, it could mean anything in that system has made a sudden shift from what it was doing right before that event took place. So it could be a bond failure, it could be a fiber breaking, it could be a delamination occurring, or a bunch of fibers breaking. It could mean anything. That's why it's so important to characterize it before you rely on it to do much.
And were you aware of a way that OceanGate planned to utilize this acoustic emissions and strain gauge data to be able to localize and over time identify areas that had broken down significantly based upon the acoustic emissions?
Our understanding when Stockton was talking about it and when they started working on that system was that they would use that to help them identify when they needed to get NDD testing on there to verify if they're seeing something like fiber breakage or delaminations. I don't believe we were aware at the time that they were going to use that real time during a dive to abort it. And I say that because when Stockton was talking about it, I cautioned him of saying, you've got to know what the data means, Stockton. If you think you're going to use that real time, if you don't know what that data means, it's useless to you real time. It doesn't mean anything to you. So we were under the impression that they were not planning on using it for real time, but for a predictive tool like we talked.
Wow, this guy almost seems like he knows what he's talking about. He almost seems like a
As
real
stated,
scientist that knows stuff.
This carbon fiber hull for pressure vessel for human occupancy, to your knowledge, hasn't been utilized in the past.
There was a carbon fiber hull that was fabricated for, I believe it was Fawcett or Fissett, was someone who was going to go to the Marianas Trench. And I believe that hull was fabricated by Spencer. I don't know the status of that. I do know that they had a failure on that. I don't know if they refabricated it or what, but there was a carbon fiber hull for human occupancy that was done by an individual, by a private citizen.
And was any of that, or was any data taken from that pressure hull to help?
When Stockton started considering Spencer, we talked to Spencer about that to try and figure out what we knew about that event and the data on that. I don't remember them having specific data on that. I think at the time there was still some questioning as to what exactly happened on that, whether it was a fabrication or whether it was an actual failure of the structure. I believe their conclusion was that there was an issue during manufacturing, and it was not because of the specific design or because of the material, but was more of a manufacturing issue. That's my recollection of what they determined on that failure.
So with regards to the Cyclops 2 or Titan hull, to the best of your knowledge, what was the baseline data for which they were measuring the acoustic emissions and strain gauge?
I don't know. I don't know if they had any.
So you
I don't know.
you weren't sure if there was any previous data?
When we were working with them, they didn't have any baseline data. They had used it for the first time in that scale version on there. That was the first time they'd collected data on there, so they didn't have anything to compare it to. So I don't know what transpired between that test and when they used it on the real hull.
Are you aware of what a delamination would look like in an RTM system?
It would be an accelerometer event. You'd see it show up on at least one accelerometer, probably multiple. And with those multiple, you should be able to then, after you've characterized it, you should be able to determine where that took place. That delamination might have a characteristic, I don't know, but it might be a different one than a fiber breaking. But testing should let you determine if you can tell the difference between a delamination and fiber breaking.
In your experience with carbon fiber, is there an unlimited life cycle?
My understanding is there is not an unlimited life cycle, but I don't know that for sure. That's my understanding.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have, sir.
Mr. Dyer, would you feel comfortable talking about maintenance of carbon fiber?
Maintenance and
just overall how you should store and maintain carbon fiber hulls?
Yeah, I don't think I would. I don't think I have expertise in that.
Sir, were you aware of the control systems that were used on the Cyclops and what were projected to be used on the Titan hulls?
We worked with Pete. Pete Brodsky was the one who did the control systems on there. We worked with that on Cyclops 1, so I'm somewhat familiar with that.
Were you familiar with the game controller
Yes.
operation?
Yes.
Did you ever have any concerns or voice any concerns about that system, sir?
The only concern we had on that was the wireless portion on that. And we made sure that the controllers that were being used had the ability to plug in to be wired. We didn't want to rely on Bluetooth alone, because we were fine using Bluetooth as long as they had a fallback of being able to plug it in with the wire.
Could that be accomplished on the Cyclops?
Yes, but as far as I know, I believe they could drive it wired. They didn't have to rely on wireless.
Sure, thank you.
All right. That is one interesting thing. They didn't really have a problem with the controller. I mean, really a joystick, a Logitech joystick controller is basically really no different than any other joystick controller on anything. He was just concerned about the fact it wasn't wired in. Interesting.
Are there any further questions from the board or for Mr. Dyer? Mr. Dyer, is there anything that we haven't asked you that would be valuable to the investigation?
I can't think of anything offhand, no.
Mr. Dyer, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
You are now released as a witness from this Marine Board investigation.
Shocking.
If we need to contact you for further information, I will contact you directly. If you have any questions about the proceedings in the future, please contact the board's recorder, Lieutenant Steele.
Okay.
Bone Steel.
Yeah.
We will now recess and recess for lunch and reconvene at 1 p.m.
Thank you very much.
1 p.m. That's 2 a.m. here. That's an hour and 20 minutes from now. That ain't gonna happen. All right. We finished like an hour early. That was pretty good. So there we have it. Some interesting testimony today. I like that guy. The first guy was just a brash, fun guy to listen to that had stories. He gave a little bit of insight into the inner workings and the relationship that Stockton Rush had with other people, and he had. And the second witness, I liked him. This guy was good. Obviously, he is very, very well qualified. He knows what he's doing. and he's not really that impressed with Ocean Gate. They were very difficult to work with. They were ready to go with a full size. Ocean Gate was ready to go with a full size model or a full size working submersible, whilst the University of Washington Applied Physics Laboratory was saying such things as, we're just about kind of sort of on the right path somewhere with our 1/3 scale models have failed, but we think we're on the right path. Okay, well, that's fine. You guys can leave. We don't need you anymore. You're not towing the line. You're not telling us what we want to hear. So we're going to do it all in-house with our own people. So yeah, we got a lot of insight into the shortcomings and problems with Ocean Gate, that basically they ignored everything. Oh, the hatch has a leak in it, but it's okay. We'll go down to depth and the pressure will seal the leak. I think from an operational standpoint, just like from the in-house workings standpoint, David Lockridge was the most damaging to Ocean Gate. But from a scientific perspective, this guy, hands down, was devastating to Ocean Gate's position as a reputable organization that cared about safety. Again, what the Coast Guard is doing here, the Coast Guard's objectives are: 1, to identify the cause of the accident, when, where, why, and how it occurred, and 2, to provide recommendations that would prevent things like this from ever happening again. There's a couple of other things that don't really apply, but those are the 2 big ones. And I think we are going to see a lot of recommendations coming out for any submersible to be classed by a classification society, to meet certain standards, to use certain materials. I think you're going to see a lot of recommendations. But the problem is the Coast Guard can't force anyone to do this. Certainly outside of the U.S., they have no authority. But even inside the U.S., their recommendations are just recommendations. It would take Congress to pass a law, or to pass relevant laws, or for the classification societies to refuse to class items that don't meet their standards, which they do anyway. But you're going to see a lot of these recommendations. But will anyone pick up the recommendations and actually implement changes? That's the big question. Yes, Stockton says, young black economist thought he was a privileged woke professor. Yeah, he wanted to be that innovator. He wanted to be the inventor. He wanted to make a name for himself. Well, he fucking made a name for himself, didn't he? Probably not the name he wanted to make for himself, but he did. And if you've read there was a substantial DEI culture involved. The frustrating thing is this was 100% avoidable, this whole thing. And I think we saw this in the testimony that these witnesses were giving. So, they didn't think it was ready, but Ocean Gate did. They didn't think it met requirements, or they didn't think it met safety standards, but Ocean Gate did. And even our intrepid adventurer witness, it wasn't safe. I knew it wasn't safe. It's not supposed to be safe. If it was supposed to be safe, just drive around in a cart in the parking lot, or whatever he said. 5 people died. Yes, they do have some responsibility. They knew that it was an experimental, unclassified, and classified means certified by a classification society, not like military classified. It wasn't classed, we'll call it. It wasn't classed. It wasn't registered. It was an experimental craft. The waiver mentioned the possibility of death 3 times. But okay, you can go, all right, everything is dangerous to a certain extent. everything is dangerous to a certain extent. But had they known what we know, even after only 3.5 days of testimony, if they would have known the extent of the failures, if they would have known the extent of the problems, if they would have known exactly what was going on in the inner workings of this ship, if you want to call it a ship, would they still have gone on it? If I had heard what I heard for the past 3.5 days, and they said, hey, let's go, free ride down to the Titanic. Hell no. There's no way on earth you would get me anywhere near that. Well, that's even what one of the witnesses wouldn't even get anywhere near that. He wouldn't get on board. That was the contractor guy, I believe. He's like, no, I wouldn't get on board that thing. I'm not stupid. And the end result of all of this arrogance, this hubris, this whatever you want to call it, the end result, I think, was summed up by the first witness when asked the question, did you conduct DNA tests on human tissue to identify the parties? And the answer was something along the lines of, we did DNA testing on supposed human tissue, or it was suspected human tissue. We did DNA testing on suspected human tissue. The end result of all this hubris and arrogance was that there were 5 people that were so killed, that were so crushed, that their remains could not even be readily identifiable as human. They were merely suspected human DNA. Oh, little Strawberry having a dream. Are you having a dream, Strawberry? So that's where we're going to leave off day 4 at lunch. And I will try to find some time over the weekend to catch up. I'm not too confident in the ability to catch up the afternoon session. If we do, it'll be sometime within the next 24 hours. Because Sunday, Aussie Overlord and I are going to put together a special stream. It'll be like in the middle of the night U.S. time, but it'll be fun. We're going to be doing a special stream. So if it doesn't happen in the next 24 hours, it'll be on Monday. We'll just start this time on Monday at 7 a.m. Eastern, like we did today. And with that, we are at the end. Let me make sure I didn't leave anybody hanging in the super chat department. We did. We left Alex Kane with the £5. If the last witness looked like Gerald Ford, this one is Scott Adams' twin. Who's Scott Adams? I'm drawing a blank. Scott Adams. There's probably about 1 billion Scott Adams. Who am I looking at? Oh, yeah, okay. American cartoonist and writer. Oh, Dilbert guy. Oh, the Dilbert guy. Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. Duh. He does look like Scott Adams, the Dilbert cartoonist. P.S. Are witnesses compelled subpoenaed to these hearings? Yes, they are issued summons. They are told to appear. It's pretty much the same as like being, subpoenaed by Congress and whatnot for their public hearings. All right. Well, like I said, we finished an hour earlier than we thought, so I wasn't set up to send us anywhere. Let's see who's streaming. Joe Choi says, "Woohoo! Why? What did I miss? What's all woohoo-ish? I missed somebody being excited. Yeah. Rest in watery pieces. Yeah. Rest in watery paste. This whole thing was so avoidable." Right. I'm going to go into the YouTube studio here and see where we can send you all off. And by the way, this is sort of our last time. How many people? We still have 500 people sticking around. Now we've just dropped to 417. Woohoo! 549 likes. Please do me a super special favor and make sure you hit that like button and subscribe. If you haven't already done so, I would be just honored to have your subscription. You guys are what makes it all possible. You're what makes it worth it. If I had an audience of 0, I wouldn't be doing And if you are subscribed, as always, just glance down there and double check to make sure you're still subscribed. Oh, and on the way out the door, Kyle Cowden drops a super chat on us. Seen many impressive human destruction, but dang, yeah, I've seen a lot of. About the only thing I could imagine that would come anywhere close to this was one of the first accidents I ever had to investigate as a maritime lawyer. It was a container, like a big 20-foot container was being moved from the shipyard onto the ship, and the cable broke and squished a dude. But you could still clearly tell it was a squished human. But to be just so devastated that they just presume or suspect that that's human stuff they found. Ugh. All right, that is it, people. I am still looking for a place to send us. I was distracted by the super chat. We are going into today's deal. And again, while I'm doing this, make sure you hit the like and subscribe button. That's what we do. We picked up a few subscribers during this, and I appreciate all of that. We're edging our way towards 100,000 subscribers and a play button. We're over 80,000. Are we 80,600? Yeah, we're at 80,600. We're on our way to 81,000. Woohoo! All right, who is live and ready for action? Good Logic. What's Good Logic doing? What is something about Fannie Willis? I can't see. Got lots of Mystery Science Theater. Cat Not Williams is doing day 134 of the YSL trial. Those are the only people that are currently live that I can readily identify as streaming right now. We went to Cat Not Williams the other day, so let's go over to Good Logic, and it is Live Watch with Attorneys, day 2, Fanny on the Stand. Well, that's a little saucy title. Okay. Right, we're going to head on over to Good Logic. Tell Joe never pays attention to chat, but anyway, just throw it out there that Legal Vices sent you. He said he's never going to see it because Joe doesn't pay any attention to chat. He's too big for us. But I will see you all on hopefully the middle of the night U.S. time on Sunday for the super special Aussie Overlord stream. But we will be back for day 4 afternoon and day 5 morning on Monday, beginning at 7 a.m. Eastern. Take care, everybody. You guys are awesome. Thank you, mods, for being here and putting up with us. Thank you, chat, for being so generous to keep our emotional support potato pig dog cam stream alive for 19 consecutive days. And thank you for just being here, for your super chats, your monthly memberships, your gifted memberships. Thank you for all that, and just for being here, talking to each other, having a great time. With that, it is me, Legal Vices, the Lorax, saying, I don't know why I did that. I just wanted to hear that because we haven't pushed that button in quite a while. So just saying, hey, in whatever you do, it's the weekend. The weekend is here. Enjoy your legal vices. And with that, we're going to say, as they say in Canada, peace out.